and ahoy there, my friendos! It's your friend, streamer, occasional lover, Sabaton Liam, coming at you again for another Call of Cthulhu Friday. How the fudge are you guys going, my friends? To start off with, I apologize that there is no timers on the YouTube anymore, due to YouTube being a piece of crap. I'm still going to stream on YouTube, but I'm not going to do any more reminders. But anyway, Melissa Rose, ahoy, my dear, how the fudge are you going? And welcome to the stream. Now today we have a very special guest, as you can see. Hazard as Dr. Harvey Walters. Hazard is my IRL friend from Melbourne, known as Keith, and he shall be joining us tonight as a guest appearance. So, as a guest, he is most likely to die. And also, we have no M2. Oh, pardon me. As he is having net trouble. Bit sad. So this makes it the second week in a row where we... Should be fun anyway. And let's get to it, my friendos.
For realsies? Yes, I am for realsies.
I bet Liam's gonna love that.
What am I gonna love?
If Waldo Disno dies tonight, M1 already has his replacement ready to go, and his name is Forlorn Realsies.
He is seething in hatred.
Okay, so welcome everyone to episode... Yep.
Is Keith coming back? I see he's muted.
Oh yes,
Yep.
he's back. He's back.
And also, the name for the film thingy you were looking for is a clapperboard.
Yeah, clapperboard, that's it.
So,
But yes.
Is there a way to turn down the tunes and kind of overpowering you guys?
Welcome everyone to episode 3 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Tonight's episode is called The Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight. And before I begin, we have a guest for tonight. Playing for tonight's session is Liam's friend Keith, also known as Hazard. And he is playing a professor of psychology, Dr. Harvey Walters.
And whenever you hear him speak, you will hear Alucard.
Alright, do you want to change your speaker, Keith?
Hmm?
Do you want to change your speaker?
Was it too loud or?
It's
That's better now.
yeah, better now.
Yeah.
You're gonna be
Whatever
too much
it was,
feedback
it was
there.
better now. Yeah. So we could have had M2 here. He would have been fine. M2 will not be
He's
joining
having
us
an M1
tonight because his internet has crapped out. And
He's having an M1 moment.
yes.
Yeah, you don't get a speak at the moment. I'm still not happy with you.
Why?
And
Why?
You're treating this like D&D, for the love of God.
Oh, why am I treating this like D&D?
we'll work out your character's name at some point. And to introduce our other new character for tonight, we have Smithy's new character, who goes by the name of Edward Rivers. And he is an antiquarian, a dealer and collector of antique items and objets d'art. Introduce yourself, Edward Rivers.
Why, hello there. If you wish to know anything about the Civil War, I'm your man.
Awkward silence.
Yes, particular fan of the Civil War and collects his main area of expertise is Civil War artifacts. In fact, he carries around a Civil War officer's saber and a musket rifle as his main weapons. And so, into tonight's episode. It has been just over a month since your exploits in Hungary. It is now April of 1930. And you are all well-established members of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight, a secret society based in Boston that claims to catalogue and research the unnatural. Some of you have already encountered the unnatural. Some of you have merely been conducting research and performing less dangerous tasks for the Order since your initiation. However, tonight, your hard work, whatever it has been, will pay off, as you have each received a letter from your Order contact, Max Reed, informing you that the noble philosopher, the leader of the Order, has decided that it is time to initiate you all into the second rank of the Order. No longer will you be mere initiates. From now on, you will be journeymen. A higher rank that provides quite a number of interesting benefits, which you will discover later. And so, as the night of your initiation into the next rank draws near, you are simply living your life as normal, enjoying some well-deserved time off and reflecting on past experiences. Waldo Disno, you are out of money, if I recall from last session, and so I would like to begin by you please making an accounting check.
Let me pull out my wallet to see what I got. Let me take a little roll and see what we can pull off. No, not an F100, a D100. Please, Faye. 42.
Is that a pass or a fail you have there?
Oh,
That
let
is
me get
a
it.
pass, because your accounting is 50. Okay.
Huzzah.
So you're all vaguely aware that with initiation into the higher ranks of the Order, there comes some initiation fees and dues that you have to pay. And so Waldo Disno, you are spending the days leading up to your initiation, converting some of your liquid assets into tangible cash. You're used to juggling money on expensive film projects. You managed to complete all of the paperwork yourself in a timely order. And so I would like you to subtract from your assets $300 and add that to your cash.
Oh, goody. I haven't added it. I am now $300 richer. Thank you.
Now, Christopher, mainly Christopher, because I am aware that Edward and Howard have not yet spent any money. Christopher, would you like to take this opportunity to perhaps convert some of your assets into cash?
I think that would be a great idea since I only have $85.
Very well. I would like you to please make an accounting roll, or if it's higher, credit rating.
Don't have it. Fuck me over on this one. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Ooh, that is just a pass, just on the dot.
You have no idea where to begin filling out the necessary paperwork. So you head into Boston and you find an accounting firm and you pay an accountant to conduct the necessary process for you. First of all, he takes his payment of $5 for his time, but he manages to convert $100 of your assets into cash. So, subtracting his fee, add $95 to your cash and subtract $100 from your assets. Very well.
I feel so rich, $100.
Well, your credit rating is average, so that's fine. You've got more than enough money for 1930.
Wait,
And so-
yeah, that's right, 1930.
Yes, we're in the midst of the Great Depression that you caused after the last campaign.
Did I do that?
It is now the day of your initiation. An ordinary spring day. The heat is starting to pick up. The last dregs of winter snow have melted away. And you are relaxing on the deck of your ship, enjoying the warm night air as you wait for the hour to arrive, where you must head to the Order's lodge. I'd like you to make a listen check, please, Christopher.
What can these old seers hear? 14, no, listen.
Yes.
Wow, I don't even have, how do I not have listen?
Ooh.
How do I
Here's
not
your-
have listen? Either way, that's a smack bang on 20%.
Yep, so that's a pass. Listen to the waves lash against the side of your boat, and then suddenly you hear the chime of a ringing phone coming from the small shed on the dock beside your ship. The shed that has been assigned to you as a place of storage and where you have a telephone hooked up so that you may keep in touch with your comrades and fellow members of the Order. You get up and answer the phone.
Yes.
You head into the shed, you open it up, and you brush the dust out of your face, and then you walk over to the ringing phone and lift up the earpiece. On the other end, you hear heavy breathing, and then a female voice says, is this Christopher, the sea captain?
Ahoy, lass! This be Christopher.
She says, I was afraid I got the wrong person. And you're being initiated as a journeyman tonight. Am I correct?
Indeed, lass, indeed.
She breathes a sigh of relief. And then she says in a wavering voice, oh, thank God. Look, you have to listen to me, Captain. Look, the Order, I think something's wrong with that Order. Look, I've been looking into it for several months now, and nobody's willing to listen to me. No one wants to hear what I have to say. You're my last hope. Please give me the time of day.
With the stuff I've seen, lass, I can give you the time of day. What information can you tell me?
She says, well, it's just, look, I'm a journalist, okay, and I was doing a piece on,
You dropped out.
Society.
You dropped out for like 2 seconds.
Oh, sorry. She says, look, I'm a lifestyle journalist for the Globe. I was doing a society piece on the society, and, well, look, there's just a bunch of things that don't add up, and some real weird things going on, and look, they don't allow women to join, so I've been trying to get an inside contact, and so far, you're the only one who hasn't hung up on me straight away.
Well, I haven't really seen much, to be honest. Since we've been inducted tonight, I'm assuming we find out some more information of this new Order.
She says, well, look, if you're going to go in there, if you're going to get inducted, I got a couple of things I'd like to ask of you, if you'd be so kind to help me. She takes a deep breath, and then she says, look, there's this cafe, not too far from the Harbor District. She recites an address. She says, look, if you can maybe gather some other fellows who you think might be willing to help, might be willing to hear me out, and meet me there in about an hour, and I'll go through what I already know.
I reckon I can scramble up a few of my crew.
She says, okay, fantastic. Oh, by the way, my name is Vera Delacroix. It's so nice to meet you.
Well, thank you very much, Vera, and I will see you in an hour.
You hang up the phone. You then immediately pick it up and you dial the number of a few people who you know through the Order who are also being initiated tonight. Several of them have either been people who have accompanied you on your previous adventures, or people who you aren't that familiar with but are also being initiated tonight. And may be willing to help, given that so far their work for the Order has been, well, relatively boring, to put it lightly. So first of all, you place phone calls to three of your friends. The first being Waldo Disno, the filmmaker. He quite quickly tells you that he's in the midst of working out some financial issues, but if he can scrape a couple dollars, he will join you at the cafe. The second call is placed to the private investigator, Charlie Elwood. You inform him what's happening tonight, and he tells you in a rather concerned-sounding voice that he's decided to sit tonight out, as he's had misgivings about the Order for a while, and he'd prefer to play this one safe and just keep an eye on proceedings from the background. While you were in Hungary, he officially distanced himself from the Order, handing in his robes, and he tells you to keep him in the loop if you do discover anything untoward. The third call you place is to Wilbur Wallace, the investigator who accompanied you to Hungary and who was there with you in the haunted mansion.
Right, he's an inventor, not investigator.
Inventor, yes. He immediately perks up when you tell him that you're being initiated alongside him tonight. And he seems to gloss over the fact that you're telling him that something may be wrong. But then he perks up again when you tell him to meet you at a local cafe. And he says, "Oh, well, I won't say no to a free dinner. No, of course not. Yeah, I'll see you there, good chap." And he hangs up. And so, you ensure that you have everything ready. And then you make your way. You climb off your boat, you make sure you have your sword and your blackjack, and you pull your captain's coat around you, and you begin to make your way to the cafe. Meanwhile, our new players, Edward and Howard, you are also being initiated tonight, and on the night of your initiation, you also received similar phone calls from this journalist, Vera Delacroix. And although your experience with the Order thus far has been relatively non-eventful, you've mainly just been cataloguing texts, getting a hold of old items and old art objects of significance and doing a little bit of research on the side for them. You're curious, as you don't really know a lot about this Order, and considering they claim to catalogue the supernatural, you're very keen to hear what an outsider may have heard about them. So you all pull up outside the Jefferson Cafe on the border between the Harbor District and downtown Boston. All pull up on the street in the late afternoon as the sky begins to grow. You all pull up in the early evening as the sky begins to glow a bright purple as the sun sets, and you step out onto the sidewalk. Any of you have anything to say to each other?
Oh, well, it's the first time meeting Harvey, isn't it?
Yes, and also Edward.
Oh yeah, and
you may have
Eduardo.
seen them a couple times in the
Smithy is
lodge hall,
safe
but you haven't
now.
really talked to them.
Alright, Naruto Shadow Live, thank you so much for the 40 bits with the Smithy is safe for now.
It's safe.
Naruto was saying, how many bits do I have to give for Smithy to die?
He may die, he may not.
Yeah, I extend my hand to Harvey and Eduardo. I'm now calling you Eduardo. I extend my hand to Harvey, and Edward's going, Captain Christopher Jones, how are you doing, laddies?
Pleasure to meet you, chap.
Hello there. Is this where we're meeting up?
Sorry. Sorry. Yes, I believe if I got my information right, we are meeting a Miss
Vera.
a Miss Vera.
Miss Delacroix.
Miss
Yes.
Delacroix.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, apparently she's got some information to incriminate the Order and... God damn it, cats, why? Hold on one sec.
Yep. And Wilbur is here just in time. Okay, to catch up, Tomosaurus. Welcome, Tom. So tonight you are being initiated into the next rank of the Order, Journeyman. And it is the night of your initiation, and just before you are to head to the lodge to be initiated, Christopher received a phone call from a journalist called Vera Delacroix saying that she had some interesting information about the Order and if he could get some like-minded people to meet her at a local cafe. And so you've all just pulled up at this cafe. As Christopher Edward and Howard make their acquaintance, two more cars pull up down the street and stop at the sidewalk in front of the cafe. The first is a classic, well-maintained car, out of which climbs Waldo Disno, looking rather harried, no doubt because of the financial problems he mentioned earlier. He reaches into the backseat of the car and pulls out his camera, which he slings over his shoulder, and his, at this point, infamous tripod, still with a letter opener taped to the end, and one of the legs modified to be hollow enough to act as a brace for a rifle or long arm firearm. He steps out onto the concrete and he takes you all in, and then he pats his camera and he says, "Now, where's this young woman we're to be meeting? I'm always on the lookout for a new lead actress." Another...
I'm going to turn into the casting couch.
Yeah, because we've already got Harvey Weinstein here.
He ignores your comment, and then just as he walks over to join you, a second car pulls up behind him, a yellow taxi. The back seat immediately opens and out steps Wilbur Wallace, carrying in his right hand a large briefcase and slung over his shoulder on a black strap the spectrograph machine that he has insisted on carrying to every investigation so far.
I would like to point out his service
Smile as he steps out onto the concrete. Is there anything you wish to get out? Is there anything strange or notable that you're unpacking out of the taxi, Wilbur?
Yes, I'm pulling out in kit form the pump assault weapon, and also I will have my spectrograph and so are we meeting the contact at this point?
Yes, we are.
Yes, at a cafe.
We'll just do a relative assortment of tools and nuts and bolts and copper wiring and all the sort of things you'd expect me to sort of have in various states of organization.
So Wilbur briefly turns and he winks at you all and waves, and then he turns and begins extracting from the boot of the taxi a bicycle pump, a dismantled rifle barrel, a sawn-off shotgun, a complete set of tools, various coils of copper wiring, and a big bag of scrap metal and junk, and then he places all of these items in a line on the concrete in front of him, snaps open his briefcase and spends the next several minutes carefully packing them inside. And then he shuts his briefcase and looks up at you, smiling.
I'll snap together the weapon just in case.
Yep. All right. Make an appearance check, please.
Diddly diddly do. That'll be a pass.
As you sit there on the sidewalk and begin to put your air rifle together, several passers-by stop and just stare at you as they make their way down the sidewalk. You notice a man dressed in a single-breasted suit watching intently, and then when you snap the rifle barrel onto the end of the bicycle pump, his eyes go wide, and he looks at the rest of the group, and he says, "Good Lord, that man is a maniac!"
I just shrugged and smiled and I go, merely a precaution, sir.
He looks at the rest of you and he says, "You're seriously going to let him carry a loaded weapon into this establishment?"
My good sir, believe me, there's nothing to worry about. He's a man of science.
No
Make
more
a
deadly than the
fast
coffee
talk
here.
check.
What was that?
Yep. No more deadly than the coffee here.
And was that a fast
I
talk
would-
check?
Yep, I would like you to make a fast talk check, and you may do it with advantage, thanks to Howard's comment about the coffee.
Oh shit, I don't have fast
Howard or
talk.
Harvey?
Howard. Oh, Harvey. Sorry,
No, it's
Harvey.
Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey.
Oh god,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
This is still gonna
I keep
suck because I
forgetting.
don't have fast talk. Come on. Okay. Let's go. Learn the dice. Success! That's a 2!
The man looks at you and he says, well, perhaps a call to the police is a bit unnecessary, but please, this man is really quite queer. Please, try to keep an eye on him, would you? And then he continues walking down the sidewalk. Meanwhile, Wilbur is just finishing snapping the air rifle together and then placing it into the briefcase and clicking the locks on the briefcase shut, seemingly oblivious that any passerby stopped and thought that this was strange.
Also, you note that I have an especially brace container, 6 green shells.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Once you are all ready, you step into the cafe and a little bell rings as you push open the glass door. There is a blonde-haired woman who's overdone it on the lipstick, standing behind a white wooden counter in front of a cash register. She looks at you all and briefly considers you for a moment. And then she murmurs under her breath, "What a strange party." And then she smiles, a wide smile, and she says, "Good evening, sirs. Reservation, or would you like to book a table?"
Evening, lass. We're here meeting a friend, actually.
She looks at the notepad in front of her, and she says, yes, of course. Name?
Miss
That
Vera.
would be under Delacroix.
She says, yes,
Delacroix.
Delacroix. Vera Delacroix, yes. You'll see her over there. And she points into the cafe where, sitting in a parlor at the very back of the room, is a woman with shoulder-length red hair, holding her hand on her chin.
Alright,
and
it's a good thing
looking
M2 is not here because she said she has red hair.
Yeah, I know. Looking very preoccupied. She says, Miss Delacroix will have the menu already. Please enjoy yourselves, sir. And she bows her head.
Well, I'm enjoying things already.
Oh my god.
Make your way over the cafe, and despite it being a reasonably late hour, about 6 p.m., the cafe is quite packed. There are various groups of people seated in the tables and parlors, eating, drinking, and conversing. In fact, Vera looks distinctly out of place, as she is the only one sitting on her own. As you approach her, she looks up. She removes her hand from her chin and brushes a lock of hair out of her blue eyes. And then she smiles and she says, "Well, that's a greater turnout than I was expecting. I guess my word does carry some weight in this town after all." And she gestures for you all to take a seat in the parlor.
Why, hello there, miss. My name is Edward. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
She holds out her hand and shakes yours, and she says, "Yes, I believe I introduced myself on the phone, but once again, I'm Vera Delacroix. I write for the Society column of the Boston Globe, every Sunday. Normally I'm covering weddings and funerals, but I think I've stumbled onto something here. My editor told me not to touch it with a 10-foot pole, but Miss Delacroix, she's not the type to look away when there's a scoop brewing."
Speaking of Miss Delacroix, where is she today? I thought we were meeting her.
She is Miss Delacroix. You're speaking to her.
Oh.
Yes, she was referring to herself in the third person.
Oh, okay, there you go. God damn it. We've got one of those people.
Yes, she's trying to be snooty. She looks at you each in turn, and then she says, quite a diverse bunch. And you're all being initiated tonight?
Yes, you could say, some of us get replaced every week.
She purses her lips, and she simply says, Then she says, "Well, look, I'll put it quite simply. There's some strange going-ons in that order, and I've been looking for some inside contacts, and so far, you guys are all I've got. You're my only hope. So I want you to go to that initiation tonight, get initiated, and then meet up with me tomorrow, and we'll discuss exactly what happened. Maybe find out what kind exactly is developing."
Well, Lassie, you haven't told anyone else of this, have you?
She says, "Just my editor. I have tried to contact a couple of the lower-ranking members of the order, but they all declined to comment."
Oh, you might be safe. My line of work, you're asking for people to find out some information in a highly secret order, and there might be a mark on your head, so to speak.
She smiles, and then she takes a sip of the glass of wine in front of her. It occurs to you at this point that she hasn't actually told you what she suspects is going on within the order.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah, I'll just bow out and drink my whiskey. Fuck you all.
She drums her fingers on the table and takes another sip. And then she says, "Well, I suppose you're probably curious as to what's got the attention of a gal like myself who only usually reports on weddings and things of a public nature."
Well, weddings are just funerals with cake, so I imagine the action's not far away.
She smiles and chuckles at you, and she points her hand and she says, I like you. You'd be a good columnist." She reaches into her handbag on the seat next to her, and she pulls out a copy of yesterday's newspaper. She unfolds it and then places it on the table. And then she points to an article on the bottom left corner of the front page. I will bring it up for you. Where is it? The handouts. Here they are. Let us see. Points you to this article. The headline is "Cambridge Man Missing." Police today sought the information from the public concerning the puzzling disappearance of Mr. James Clark from his home 1312 Newton Circle, Cambridge, Massachusetts. He was last seen at home by his wife about 10 o'clock on Monday night. Mr. Clark is of medium build, brown hair, and 34 years of age. An omnibus driver reports seeing a passenger resembling Mr. Clark headed towards Boston at about 2:30 in the morning. Mr. Clark keeps a law office in Boston. His is a public-spirited, outgoing personality. Friends at both the Masonic Hall and the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight expressed dismay when apprised of his disappearance.
Interesting.
She says, she takes another sip of her wine, and she says, okay, so first of all, it just seems like an ordinary disappearance, you might say, except when the order were approached for comment, they said that they had not heard of such a man and that Mr. Clark did not rank among their members. He says, aside from that, there have been numerous strange rumors that have reached my ears about the order, that they're involved with unsavory things, witchcraft, the occult. She leans forward and says, satanic worship.
Just put my whiskey on the ground, on the table, going, now what exactly do you mean with satanic rituals?
And witchcraft?
He says, well, you see, to the public, the Order simply says that they are a society dedicated to the enlightenment of humanity. I have heard from some people within the Order that there are studies involving occult matters that go on in there. But the rumors I've heard suggest something more sinister. Devils, sacrifice, ghastly things of that nature. She says, well, that's why I've contacted you. You see, I can't very well wander into the Order. They don't allow women to join. And so, you're my only hope. I want you to go there tonight, get initiated, keep an eye out for anything suspicious, and maybe we'll meet back here tomorrow night and go over what you've learned.
Well, if things are quite as dicey as you say, may I suggest we meet on my ship?
This is your ship? That would be the Mayflower Mark II, I believe.
Exactly right, my dear.
She says, very well, we'll meet for lunch on your ship tomorrow. And if you do find anything that the Globe would be interested in, I have been given permission to compensate you with $25 each, paid out of my personal pocket and the coffers of the Globe.
Interesting.
Were tape recorders a thing in 1930s?
Nope.
Not portable ones.
Okay.
No. There's like big reel-to-reel ones that take up a room, but...
Okay, yep.
She writes something down on a notepad in front of her, and then she puts the notepad in her handbag. She drains the rest of her wine and stands up. And then she says, well, I look forward to hearing what you come up with. Oh, and if you're curious, maybe do some investigations of your own before you go in. She says, I believe the Boston Library is still open at this time of the evening. She tips her, she reaches down onto her seat, pulls out a small beret, places it on her red hair, and then tips the front of it to you. And then with one last smile, she turns around and begins to make her way out of the cafe.
I stand as she exits.
As do
Yep.
I.
As
So,
the gentleman in the 20s do.
yes, you stand to let her out. She smiles at you once again, nods, and then begins to walk across the cafe, briefly leaving a handful of bells with the receptionist, and then exiting through the front door, the bell ringing as it shuts behind her. Is there anything you would like to... We haven't ordered anything in the cafe, but I don't suppose you need to. You're only here to meet a contact. So your initiation is to take place tonight at 8:30 p.m. You've still got about 2 hours. Would you like to go directly to the lodge and prepare? Or would you like to conduct some last-minute inquiries of your own maybe try to verify some of Vera's information before you head out.
Well, I just look at the others as she has left and go, oh, my, she was a fine looker.
I want to turn her down in a night at sea.
Oof.
Waldo Disno strokes the front of his camera and he says, I wonder if she's any good at acting.
She's coming to your ship. Do I have an invite to that ship as well?
It has to be a real long voyage to be interested in you lot.
Well, I wasn't going there for you.
My ship, my rules.
Well, if that's the way you want it, I might be interested.
Oh dear God.
You finish your whiskeys, you finish your drinks, your coffee and your whiskeys, and then you stand up and make your way out of the cafe. Once you have reconvened on the sidewalk outside, you must decide, what will you do?
There was just the library, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, there's the library, but you could, if you can think of any other places that might be relevant, you're welcome to check them out. Or you can just head straight to the lodge and prepare, maybe have a look around the lodge and before most of the members turn up.
Well,
I definitely would. Edward loves the good library.
He sure does.
And as a professor of psychology, I would probably be inclined to do research.
Yes.
and I will probably just go to the order then because I wouldn't be any.
Yep. What about you, Wilbur? All right. What about you, Waldo Disno? Lovely. Both Oakses.
Yep.
All right. Waldo Disno and Wilbur, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I'm just having some minor.
Minor issues. Yes.
Yeah.
Where would you like to go? We've got some people heading to the library to see if they can dig up anything interesting about the order, and we've got some people who want to head to the lodge a couple hours before the initiation, and maybe look around when there aren't so many members there.
I will go to the lodge.
All right. And what does Waldo Disno want? Well, Waldo Disno's in bot mode, so he's going to go to the library.
Possibly on 10. You know,
Yeah,
it's Call of
possibly, he did
Cthulhu.
say.
He spends
He's got a library use of 45. He can handle it. Okay, so you split up into two groups. Three of you, Waldo, Harvey, and Edward, to the Boston Library just to see if there's any information in the public domain about the order, while Wilbur and Christopher will be heading towards the lodge to see what they can find. So first, we'll go with the group to the library. Harvey, Edward, and Waldo. You arrive in front of the Boston Library in downtown Boston in Waldo Disno's car. He parks in the parking lot in front of the neo-Gothic style building that houses the public library, flanked out the front with sinister-looking gargoyles and stone and concrete Roman pillars. The sun is beginning to set, and as it goes lower in the sky and the sky grows darker, the shadows of the pillars, trees, and gargoyles begin to distort, looking distinctly alien as you make your way across the deserted parking lot front door of the library. Waldo Disno places his hand on the iron ring on the wooden door and pushes it open with a loud wooden groan as you step inside into the vast open area that makes up Boston's public library, filled with shelves groaning under the weight of hundreds of books, old magazines and newspapers, at this late hour, there are very few perusing the shelves, and there is only one librarian on duty, a middle-aged, silver-haired man wearing glasses who is currently taking some books off one of the shelves and placing them onto a metal cart. Would like the three of you to please make library use checks.
It begins.
So what do I roll? What die do I use for that one?
Yep, so you're using a D100, and you've got to roll under your skill to pass.
That is an extreme pass.
That's an extreme pass there.
That's a major extreme.
Okay. Nat 1.
Okay, that's good. That is really good.
Ooh, that's also an extreme pass. Very good. We'll see what Waldo Disno gets.
1 is the best outcome you can get. 100 is the worst outcome.
Waldo Disno has failed his library use check. The other two have passed. You ignore the librarian and begin milling about the shelves, pulling out any books that seem to be promising, trying to find any mention of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight. Harvey, your first stop is in the local affairs section, where several history books and yearly chronicles of Boston are stored, and you find a register of fraternal organizations and charity non-for-profits that are registered in Boston. And you begin to look through it, and to your surprise, you find that while there are over 50 organizations registered on the list in the book, no Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight appears at all.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, sorry, I'm learning the new characters' names. Meanwhile, Edward, you head over to the newspaper archives towards the back of the library, and you begin to flick through them, perhaps hoping that the order may have been mentioned in a recent edition. And from about a year ago, you find an issue of Boston Society Weekly, where a featured article claims to be about the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight. The journalist who visited the Hermetic Order reported on them. First, he describes what the order presents itself as to the public. That it is a semi-secret society of learned, educated men who seek to work for the betterment of mankind. The supernatural is not mentioned at all. The article mentions that the order offers 3 degrees or ranks. Initiate rank, of which you are all currently part, the journeyman rank, which you are being initiated into tonight, master rank, presumably the rank to which your recruiter, Mac, belongs to. However, you are aware that there are very few members of this rank. He then provides a general description of what he found when he visited the lodge hall. It reads, "Everyone was friendly and well-spoken. Many who have joined are very well off, I can tell you, and they are of high intelligence too. I came away with a most favourable impression of the order and of the sort of quality person who they want as a member, and yet I could not help finding it an odd place. There are many more employees that seem to be necessary for a lodge that regularly only sees meetings of 20 or less people, and they are not necessarily of the best sort. There are also entire floors of the building that are sealed off, even from the members, perhaps even the initiates. I was constantly told that the 3rd floor and basement were off limits. The place has undeniably an air of unusual secrecy." Do you convene with the others and share what you found with them?
Yes.
Well, naturally.
I would like you to please both make intelligence checks.
Okay. 44.
That's a hard
That's a
pass for me.
pass. See how Waldo Disno goes. Oh, so that's a d20. One d. I'm with it tonight. Come on. We'll try. There we go. 29. Yep, that's a pass from Waldo Disno.
That's a hard
so
pass for me.
Yep. So the three of you reflect on this article, and it does occur to you that in the few times you've been at the lodge, you've only seen the first floor, which contains the lounge, bar, and kitchen, and the second floor, which is the library and meeting room. In fact, you weren't even aware there was a third floor, as you don't remember seeing any way to access it, nor were you aware that there is even a basement.
Come to think of it, I've never been to those areas either.
Dear God.
Is there anything else you would like to look up while you're in the library?
Any prominent names in the order that may be mentioned in the historical records?
Yes, I would like you to please make a... please make an education check.
Okay. Alright, 38. Yep. That.
You look through... you're familiar with the names of a couple of people in the order, and you find several of them mentioned in old periodicals and newspaper articles. It appears, from what you're able to discern here, that the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight has several members who are quite notable people. Its members do mostly come from the upper classes of society, but a few of them in particular are community leaders. There's a couple of local politicians, 2 council members, including a fairly high-ranking police officer, amongst other people. It appears that, based on these specific people being members of the Order, that the Order would have some sway in local affairs in Boston if they ever felt the need to intervene. Edward, is there anything you'd like to look up?
No, can't think of anything.
Do you have a cult?
I do have a cult, actually.
Would you please make an occult check? You're aware the Order studies the supernatural, so perhaps there are some occult texts that mention it.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can. Ooh. Okay. You look through the few occult texts that are in the public library, just seeing if there's any old occult treatises or anything of that nature that mention the Order. And you find that an obscure and rather weird book on demonology mentions a group called the Knights of the Silver Twilight. However, it takes you so long to find this book that the two of you are unable to conduct any more research. Once you have read this book and found the mention of this Knights of the Silver Twilight, you look up and see the clock on the wall, and you see that it is just past 8 p.m, and you realize that you have to leave now unless you are late for your initiation. Just the same, it might be interesting to know that at least the term Silver Twilight appeared in an occult text, whatever that may mean. So you place the books back in the shelves where you found them. Quickly thank the librarian for letting you linger in his library this far into the night, and then make your way back across the empty car park climb into Waldo Disno's car and make your way to the lodge. As the sun fully sets behind you and the darkness of the night pervades over Boston. Okay, Wilbur and Christopher, you have made your way to the lodge hall a couple hours before the initiation. You make your way out onto the outskirts of Boston and into Cambridge, where the Order meets in its clubhouse. The Hermetic Order meets across the Charles River in a fashionable Cambridge neighbourhood. You've been to the lodge several times by now, and the wood-lined colonial church-style facade is not unusual to you. The lodge hall has 3 floors of windows, which you can see from the outside. However, the second and third floors have no windows on the sides or back. Local residents, to your knowledge, consider the building handsome and an asset to the neighbourhood. As you make your way through the lavishly maintained gardens that decorate the lodge's grounds, is there anything you would like to do?
So what's around the lodging grounds?
So the lodge is situated in the middle of a large block of land. It's grounds that are primarily made up of well-maintained gardens. There doesn't appear to be anything of note on the grounds itself, but as you are seemingly the first to arrive for initiation night, you have some time to make your way around the grounds and see if there's anything interesting about the building or anything that's evaded your notice the last couple of times you were here, if you wish to.
Do I still have my blackjack and saber, or just the blackjack?
Yes. No, you've got them with you. You've got both.
Okay.
Dressed up for the occasion, and you've got your ornamental saber.
Excellent. Yes, I would like to have a peruse around the ground.
Yep. Wilbur, what do you wish to do?
I wish to start setting up my equipment surreptitiously around, looking for signs of what should we do?
Any activity?
Yep. Okay, I would like Wilbur to make a mechanical repair check, and I would like Christopher to make a spot hidden check.
I think I can do that. Oh, that.
Oh, that's a pass.
That
Pass. Okay.
spot hidden. Yes, that is. Wait, oh, that's a hard pass.
So, Christopher, as soon as you step into the grounds, you take a look at the lodge, and then you begin to just walk around the perimeter of the grounds through the gardens. You've never had a chance to properly make a trip through the grounds and take everything in, as your visits here have usually been quite brief and usually accompanied by other members. The grounds themselves don't contain anything notable, though you do appreciate the well-maintained garden. However, you notice that the lodge building itself has a couple of oddities. First of all, although the first floor has windows facing out of every wall of the building, the second and third floors only have windows on the front. Around the back of the lodge, there is a little metal door with a sign reading kitchen staff only, a back entrance that you weren't aware was present until now. Furthermore, a short distance from the back of the lodge, in amongst a surprisingly overgrown patch of grass and grass, weeds, and bushes, you see what appears to be a charred plank of wood half buried in the dirt.
I'd like to lift up the wood and just inspect the wood as well.
You lift up the wood. It's about maybe half a meter long, and it looks as if it might have been part of a building or some other structure at some point in time. There are black scorch marks on its edges, indicating it's been burnt. I'd like you to make a natural world check, please.
That is. Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Oh, that's a fail.
That's a fail. Yeah. You look at the wood, and all you can tell is that it appears to be quite old based on its coloration, but you have no idea how old it may be. All you can determine is that at some point it appears to have been exposed to fire. So you drop it.
Is that the only bit of wood there that looks burnt, or is there anything else?
There's nothing else, just this lone piece of wood that appears to have been burnt. It appears to have been hidden for quite some time.
Strange.
So you put it back where you found it, and then continue making your way through the grounds. Meanwhile, Wilbur, you assemble your spectrograph, attaching a few new parts that you've developed in your spare time, and you begin to carefully make your way around the grounds. The spectrograph begins to beep intermittently as you walk around. Beep, beep, beep. Nothing notable at first, but as you draw nearer to the right-hand side of the lodge, the beeping continues to increase in frequency. Beep, beep, beep. Until you are about a meter away from the easternmost wall of the lodge, when suddenly your spectrograph goes off. Beep, 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 beep. What do you do now?
Interesting. I'll try and identify the source of the beeping.
I'd like you to make a spot hidden check with advantage, please.
That is a pass.
You move your spectrograph around, and you determine that the beeping increases in frequency when you hold it lower to the ground. Whatever the source is, it appears to be emanating from either the ground or even below the lodge itself. There's nothing on the lodge wall that could be the obvious source of the disturbance. However, you notice in the dirt at the foot of the lodge, just in front of the wall, there are several scorch marks on the earth.
The scorch marks on the earth, they look recent or old?
Make a natural world check, please.
Nope. Fail.
Would you like to push it?
Yeah, why not? Pass.
That's better. You take a look at the scorch marks, and as you look at them, Christopher comes along and he tells you, he sees you looking at the scorch marks, and he tells you that he also found a scorched piece of wood in the bushes behind the lodge. You end up taking a look at both, and your rough estimate is that there was a fire at this location perhaps about a century or two ago.
Interesting. I'll make note of this.
So how far apart is it? Scorch marks.
It's the right-hand side and the back of the lodge specifically is where you could definitely ascertain a fire happened.
Yeah,
but it's a reasonable assumption that the fire probably consumes the entire site at one point.
But how far is the bit of wood and the site? Would it be possible that someone actually moved this bit of wood?
It is possible. You have no way of knowing. The two sites are about 30 to 40 feet apart.
Huh.
It was either a very big fire or it was a small fire and someone, for some reason, just moved that wood over to the other area. Anything else you would like to examine outside the lodge?
Oh god, that's the music.
Yes.
Yes, is there anything else in the burnt site, like perhaps hidden rubble?
Okay, I would like both of you to attempt hard spot hidden checks.
Fail.
Fail.
Can I push that?
see. Yes, you can.
I'll push as well.
Oh, that's a 15. Yes, that's a hard.
Ooh, yep.
Fail for me.
You lead Wilbur over to the bush where you found the charred piece of wood, and the two of you lean over and just begin using your hands to dig into the dirt, hoping to uncover something, anything that's there. And you dig away a couple layers of dirt, and you find a couple more shards of charred wood. What appears to be a couple particles of ash, and then underneath a couple layers of dirt, you see two charred and bleached bones.
Oh. Is this still kind of half buried, or did we dig it all up?
You've dug up these. Yeah, you've dug it up. It was all half buried, but you've dug a little bit under with your hands, and this is what you've uncovered.
I would like to examine, because this is some sort of weird order. Are there any markings?
You can't see any markings. However, I would like, if you both wish to examine the bones, to make either a medicine or natural world check, whichever is higher.
Why? Oh, what's... It's natural. Holy crap, and you have it too.
Okay. Take a look at the bones, and you're not entirely sure, but they appear to be human femurs. You do a quick search, and you cannot locate the rest of the skeleton. But you do find several more little shards of bone, as if they've been crushed and eroded away after being buried for a long period of time. I would like the both of you to make SAN checks, please.
Oh, shit.
Pass.
Yeah, pass.
Okay, that is no SAN loss.
Oh, thank God.
Is there anything else you wish to do with these bones?
So we haven't found any skulls?
No, there doesn't appear to be a complete skeleton. These are the only two bones you found that were completely intact, though there are some other little shards and chips of bone in the dirt. They all have scorch marks on them, and this suggests to you that whoever this person was, they probably died from being burned.
Never know if it might come in handy. Yeah, I'd like to hide the femur.
Very well. I would like you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
Oh, shit.
Doesn't matter if you fail, but just do it anyway.
What is the...
10.
That's
10.
And that's 15.
Okay. You try to hide it as best you can within your coat, hoping that if anyone decides to search your coat, they won't uncover it. Do you wish to do anything here, Wilbur? It's okay, he's having internet. Yep.
No, I think for the moment I am alright.
Yep.
And actually, can I try to clean off the bone as much as I
Yes. Make a dex check, please.
3, what? 6. That's a hard pass.
You carefully brush away the dirt on the bone until it's relatively clean, the only blemishes being the couple of scorch marks on it.
Excellent.
And then you insert it into your coat. Would you like to enter the lodge now?
Yes, I think we should. There's nothing else we can do here, right?
No, I'm more than fine to do that.
Yep. Make your way back around to the front entrance of the lodge, and you look over at the adjoining car park to see if anyone else has arrived. You see a couple of cars parked there. There are definitely some people in attendance. However, just as you're about to look away, you see headlights pulling in to the car park as Waldo Disno's classic car comes up and parks right in front of the fence adjoining the lodge grounds. There's a click and the doors open, and Waldo Disno, Edward, and Harvey all climb out and begin to walk up the cobblestone path towards the front entrance, joining you. Before you enter, do you chance telling each other what you found?
No share my discoveries.
Move off you all, Wilbur Wallace motions for you all to step off the front step, and he leads you a bit of the way down the cobblestone path into the shade of a buckled over tree. And then he tells you that he and Christopher, while searching the grounds, discovered strange scorch marks, burnt wood, and what appear to be human femur bones.
Well, now, that's certainly different to what we found.
Do you reciprocate? Do you tell them what you found at the library?
Oh, we had so much fun at the library. There was this book, and there was a book about this, and there was, so much stuff.
Meanwhile, Edward eagerly exclaims what he and Harvey found at the library. First of all, that a list of officially registered fraternal organizations and charities in Boston does not contain the order on it. Second of all, that a journalist who visited the order was surprised that the basement and third floor are off limits, and that the building is rather large for an organization that houses 20 or less members. And finally, that an obscure book of demonology mentioned the name Knights of the Silver Twilight.
I think this last was onto something here.
Yes, but let's not
Indeed.
drink the Kool-Aid too quickly.
Was there
Indeed.
Was there Kool-Aid in the 1930s? You
May have been something to that effect.
You have to be goddamn accurate.
Step out from under the shade of the tree and make your way up the path. Step up the wooden steps
Actually,
and open.
how much time have we got left?
Your initiation is about half an hour away.
All right, no,
now.
No.
Yep. Then, Christopher, you place your hand on the golden doorknob that adorns the intricately carved thick oak front door and turn it, and you all enter into the lodge. You step into the marble-floored foyer, which is lit by beautiful electric chandeliers. The walls are panelled, and like all the other doors in the lodge, are made of heavy, carved and treated oak. Step through the foyer and into the small door at the end that leads to the reception area, where a servant wearing a white suit and black dress pants silently bows as he greets you. And then he walks up to a small oak counter where he consults a piece of paper in front of him and begins to read off your names. He then says, here for the initiation ceremony, I take it?
Aye, that's right.
He says, yes, well, it will be starting in, he looks at his wristwatch, approximately 20 minutes. The ceremony shouldn't take long. You may feel free to mingle in the bar and lounge until then. And afterwards, there will be a formal dinner in the dining room. He then says, I'll take your coats, thank you. And he gestures towards the small coat room behind the counter.
Shit. Can I go the back of the try to stick the femur down my pants?
Yes. I would like you to make a stealth check, please.
Just normal?
Yep.
Stop laughing at me, I didn't know he was going to take our coats. Stop laughing.
No, just the way you said it, I want to stick
Yeah,
the
literal
femur down my
bone
pants.
one.
Liam Tobin, 2020, and I'm just going to stick a femur down my pants.
Is that a femur in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?
I got a bone to pick with you.
It's a bone of some kind.
That is a pass.
As everyone else begins to take off their coats, you shuffle to the back of the line, turn around and extract the bone, and you wedge it into your pants, trying to hold it, trying to get it stuck on the inside of one of your pants pockets. I'd like you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
All these things I don't bloody have. Can I push that, please?
Yes.
Alright, thank you. That is a 10. I believe that's a pass for...
Yeah.
Yes, sleight of hand is exactly 10.
Yes. Out, and then insert the bone on the inside of it. To anyone looking from the outside, they may notice a bulge in your pocket, but there's nothing about it to suggest it would be a bone. It would mainly resemble... They may just easily assume that you're holding your wallet in there. Finally, you reconvene with the others who are waiting with their coats already taken off, and you take off your coat and hand it over. The servant takes it, he nods, and he walks into the coat room, shutting the door behind him. About a minute or so.
I'm hoping
Yep.
they don't mind that my sword is still showing. They know it's ceremonial.
About a minute later, the door to the coat room opens and the servant comes back out. He looks at you each in turn and he says, okay, very well. I'm under specific orders for tonight, given the magnitude of the ceremony. I must ask that you graciously surrender all cameras and or firearms. He then looks over and notices the officers' swords worn by Christopher and Edward. And he says, oh, and any blades as well, I might add.
I just do.
But this is my precious artifacts. You're gonna guarantee they've got to be safe. I've got to keep them with me.
Well, you guys, if you've got guns that are concealed in your clothing, you could just lie and say you don't have any. It's entirely up to you.
Well,
Waldo,
yeah, I have a black...
Waldo.
Sorry,
Yeah, you have a blackjack, but you could probably try to you and Edward could probably try to convince him that these swords are ceremonial and part of your dress for the evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Waldo Disno can try to talk him out of having to hand over his camera.
It's just a camera.
I know, but he's specifically saying no cameras.
Okay, it's just a tripod. Turn it upside down.
Just a tripod.
Okay, so first of all, I would like Waldo Disno to please make a hard fast talk check.
Oh my god.
I'm bringing my multi-purpose camera in. I mean tripod.
You tell him that you have just come off a film. You tell him you've just come off a film shoot and that your camera is incredibly expensive, and furthermore, it doesn't have any film, and so you won't be able to use it during the ceremony.
Gun instead.
He looks at you for a moment as if considering whether his job is worth avoiding an argument with you, and then he shrugs and he says, very well, if it's got no film, I suppose it's okay. He says, now, you two with your blades.
You wouldn't ask a... Whoa. Almost flung my dice everywhere. Not again, I just got you! You wouldn't ask an old sea captain to give up his ceremonial sword after so many years service in the Navy on such a exquisite night tonight.
Did you pass your charm check?
Oh, I didn't hear you make didn't hear you say make a charm check.
Well, that what you said, that sounds like a charm check.
Okay. Yeah, and when you said did you pass your check, I didn't know you wanted me to do a check.
He looks at you. He looks at you and he says, ceremonial. Well, I suppose if it's only ceremonial and it's part of your dress for the evening, then it doesn't count as a weapon. Go ahead, you may keep it. He says, however you...
Oh, cool, I don't have to make the check. Awesome.
Oh, no, I'm getting you to roll it. I thought you said you passed it.
No,
I
was saying we didn't hear you say make a charm check.
Oh, because I thought you'd already tried to roll a fast talk check or something.
No.
Go ahead and roll the check.
Okay, Ian, yes, that's a pass.
Yep. So he allows you to keep your sword, but then he looks at Edward and he says, "Now I know you're an antiquarian, not a sea captain."
Yes, and can you not see my outfit and this magical, this majestic sword? This majestic sword that goes with this outfit?
I would like you to make a persuade check, please.
Persuade?
Yep.
Yes, it so matches your shoes.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can push it.
Oh, nice.
That's a...
He sighs. He sighs and he says, well, okay, I'm not paid enough to deal with this. You can keep your bloody sword and your musket if they're really part of your dress for the occasion.
Well, I
He then looks
appreciate
over. He then looks over at Wilbur and he says, and you'll be surrendering that briefcase tonight. He's gone again. Yep.
In the meantime, I'll just relinquish my 32 to him, because I think we've humiliated him enough.
You're not going to lie. I'm going to be honest. Reach into your coat, pull out your 32, and you place it on the reception. He looks at you and he sighs and he says, at least one of you is willing to follow the rules. He takes the 32 and places it in a box underneath the counter. And he says, I swear it's been bloody hell tonight, asking all these rich people and educated people to hand over their possessions. Most of them will instantly resist. I've already had quite an ear lashing from a couple of them.
Rich? You think I'm rich?
Meanwhile, is Waldo Dinzo going to surrender his 22 pistol, or are you going to just pretend you don't have one? All right, come on, guys. If you're having internet problems, that's fair enough. But please try to be able to answer, because M2 already dropped out because his internet was screwing up, and so I'm gonna say that Waldo Dinzo is gonna pretend that he doesn't have a gun. Wilbur, what I might do? Yep.
Is I'm just gonna pop inside briefly. I'm gonna just see if I can fiddle with the Wi-Fi thing.
Sure.
And one just is staying
Yeah.
muted.
Yeah, he's on the toilet. Yeah. This is just because if we were going to have people whose internet is screwing up, then M2 could have been here.
Yeah.
Okay, so he takes your possessions. He places your handgun under the counter, and then he takes any other surrendered possessions and takes them into the coat room.
I'm moving briefly now.
Yep. All right. He looks at the suitcase you were holding, Wilbur, and he says, "And will you be surrendering that tonight, sir?"
No, I'll be taking that with me. Thank you.
Oh, we're just
Okay,
going to get
make
this guy fired, aren't we?
Yeah. Make a persuade check, please.
Nope. That'll be a fail.
Would you like to push it?
Oh,
Yep.
all right.
He says, he sighs and he says, "Look." He says, "Look.
No.
These two are getting bloody swords and rifles in." He says, "I've had enough. I'm not losing my job over this. You cannot possibly convince me that there is anything in that suitcase that is part of your dress for the evening or any other such nonsense. Now hand it over." And he basically snatches it out of your hands.
I said,
And
"Wait,
then
allow me to retrieve at least some important things from it.
he says, "Oh, very well."
I'd like to snap apart the rifle and put it on my persons in kit form."
Yep, I would like you to make a stealth check, please.
Nah.
Would you like to push it?
Oh, all right. Yes.
You unlatch the locks on the suitcase and extract the air rifle, and you break it up. And then, when making sure he's not looking, waiting till he's talking to everyone else, you insert each of the pieces somewhere on your person underneath your clothing. Then you close the suitcase, and with an exasperated sigh, you say, "Here," and you push it over the counter towards him. He takes it, glares daggers at you, and then carries it into the coat room. When he emerges less than a minute later, he gestures towards the door leading into the lounge, and he says, "Have a good night, sirs."
Oh, this is very exciting, isn't it?
All right.
Yep. You make your way into the lodge lounge. The lounge is an informal meeting place for the members of the lodge. The walls are panelled and the floor carpeted. Scattered around the room are overstuffed chairs and small tables bearing electric lamps, the only sources of light in the room. There are 4 servants, each of them dressed in the same white suit top and black dress pants as the receptionist outside, who are milling about the room, looking bored and carrying trays with bottles of wine on them. There are 2 small doors leading off either side of the lounge, one of them leading to the dining room, where you are told you'll be having dinner later, and the other into the bar. You can see a couple of order members milling around already in the bar, and there is also a silver-haired, balding man seated in one of the purple chairs in the lounge. At the end of the lounge room is a small hallway beyond an archway that simply reads "kitchen staff only," that presumably leads to the kitchen, the back entrance, and the pantry.
Interesting.
What do you wish to do? You've still got about 20 minutes that you may simply wait, or you could check out the lounge, the bar, the dining room. You could even try to sneak into the kitchen if you wanted to. There are several member orders milling about the lounge and bar that you might wish to mingle with.
Who has the highest?
Not me.
Waldo Disno has only 20.
Nope.
I would like to go to the bar.
Yep. Wilbur, you make your way into the bar. The bar is well stocked. It has panelled walls, polished wood floors, and 3 windows with heavy purple drapes. There are 2 more white shirt clad servants here. The liquor obtained here is, of course, illegal. However, the wealthy lodge members are well able to influence or buy off local enforcement officials. There are 3 members of the lodge in this room, 2 of them seated at the bar, currently drinking glasses of what may be whiskey or wine, while a third black-robed member of the order sits on his own at a table in the corner, perusing a book while taking sips out of a hip flask.
I wish to purchase myself a bottle of moonshine.
Head up to the bar where one of the servants is waiting. He looks up at you and he says, you're not dressed in your robes. You must be one of the guests of honor. Well, you've been entitled to 1 free drink on the house. What'll it be?
Oh, wow. Oh, crap. I know.
Moonshine, if you don't mind. Bottle, please.
He
They
nods.
keep it coming, but it's best just to give you the bottle.
He nods, and then he turns around and grabs a bottle off the well-stocked shelf, and he uncorks it and then hands it to you. And then he says, please enjoy it, sir.
I take it.
As you take the... Yep. What are you going to do?
I'd like to squirrel it off and see if I can find a room where I can have a little bit of privacy.
Yep, make an appearance check, please.
Yeah, no.
As you grab the bottle and begin to make off with it, one of the 2 grey-robed order members at the bar turns to you and he smiles and he says, a drinker.
Well, yes.
He says, there's all kinds, I guess. I'm supposed to stay away from the stuff, being an officer of the law and all. He silently chuckles to himself.
Well, yes. Actually, I've been experimenting with some novel delivery system. Different ways to I'm a bit of a tinkerer myself.
He smiles at you and he holds out a hand and he simply introduces himself to you. He says, Officer Mason Call. I'm actually the head detective over at the local precinct. What did you say your line of work was again, sir?
Tinkering inventions. I have several patents that may well interest you. I begin listing off stuff like the spectral, the spectrograph, and various other things I've come up with.
He listens to you, and then he smiles, and in a half-patronizing voice, he says, well, I hope that works out for you. And he takes another sip from his drink. He says, say, you're one of the chaps being initiated tonight. You wouldn't happen to know anything else or anything about the other fine young men being initiated? I have yet had the pleasure to speak to any of them.
Yes, there's a few interesting sorts. Film director of sorts, I believe. A sea captain. I haven't really had the pleasure of having much of a chat with the other 2 are new, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes, I haven't really had the pleasure of having a chance to chat with the others.
He simply nods and he says, yes, well, funny enough, I'm actually being initiated tonight myself.
Oh, wonderful.
He says,
Why
yes.
did I ask why you're robed then? I was was running the understanding that the initiates were, or sorry, I should say the neonates that were going to become initiates, were to come unrobed.
He looks at the grey robes he's wearing and he says, yes, well, it was a rather...
there we go.
Good.
there we go. It was a rather spur-of-the-moment thing. Well, at least they tell me. Apparently my initiation is, one, of the utmost importance, and two, top secret. He smiles mischievously at you and then takes a sip of his drink.
Bit of a career man then.
He nods. He says, well, enjoy your drink, sir, and hopefully we'll see each other later tonight.
Will do.
Do you want to find a place on your own in the bar?
Yeah, just somewhere where I'm not going to be disturbed, and I absentmindedly pull the air pump out and a metal cylinder from my toolkit, and I'm going to just try and put together a way of using air pressure to disperse the alcohol at high pressure out of a hose.
Okay. Make a hard mechanical repair check, please.
Oh, can I push?
Yes.
That's a pass.
Okay. So you sit there at your table, you sit there with your uncorked drink, and you pull out the bicycle pump and several other components, and looking around to quickly make sure none of the other members are watching, you end up cobbling them all together to make some concoction vaguely resembling a cross between a water pistol and a fire hose. And then just to make sure, you grab an empty glass, place it on the table, and push in the bike pump, and it squirts out a steady stream of liquid into the glass. The force of it's so strong that it knocks the glass over and sends it rolling off the table onto the carpet below.
Wonderful. I add my little piece de resistance to the end of it, which is one of my many makeshift cigarette lighters of Veracene to form a pilot light of sorts. And then
Jesus.
My God.
Yeah. He's making a flamethrower.
Well, that just escalated quickly.
Yeah. So you make...
Myself, I put I attach it to the contraption so that basically the way I want it to work is that it basically switches barrels when I want to use that.
My God, man.
And you hold it out in front of you, and then you stand up with it, and Officer Mason turns around, and as he sees you, his eyes go wide, and then he just giggles under himself, under his breath, and takes a sip of his drink. He whispers something to the man beside him.
I shrug and I pocket my thing to be assembled.
Yep.
I'm required.
Yep. And then you spend the rest of your time in the bar. Okay, the rest of you are in the lounge.
I would like to go to the kitchen. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, you're gonna have to sneak into the kitchen.
Yep. Okay.
You look around, you make sure no one's watching. There's only the 4 servants, the rest of your party, and the severe, stern-faced, balding, grey-haired man who's seated in one of the purple lounge chairs. You slowly begin to make your way towards the hallway that leads to the kitchen. Make a stealth check, please.
That is a 15. That is a pass.
Take one last look, and then you swallow and step into the hallway. Begin making your way down the hallway, and at the end, you come to the other side of the metal back door. To your right is an archway leading into the kitchen, and to your left is a wooden door with a sign on it reading basement, rank 4 and above only. Make an intelligence check, please.
What's my city? Can I push that?
Yes.
Yes, that's a pass. That's 32.
Rank 4, you think? All of the publicly published literature about the Order suggests there are only 3 ranks: Initiate, Journeyman, and Master. You were also unaware that this building even has a basement.
Well, first off, I would like to go into...
Yep. You head into the kitchen. It has white walls, a red-tiled floor, and all the facilities necessary for a good banquet. It is lit by 2 windows in the north wall and by electric lights hanging from the ceiling. The back door is barred. There are 2 servants. Currently busy with food preparation. One of them wearing a chef's cloucher. As you enter, they both turn and look at you. The man in the chef's hat frowns and he says, "I'm sorry, sir. Did you not read the sign? This place is off limits to initiates."
Yes, I was just, trying to find the lavatory.
He says, yes, head back to the lounge and take one of the doors near the foyer. That is where you need to go. He smiles at you and goes back to preparing tonight's meal.
Is there anything that's cooking that's around me that he's not looking at?
Make a luck check, please.
Oh yeah, that's a pass.
There is a large pot of stew currently boiling on a stove. Right next to you in the kitchen's entrance. Both of the chefs are not paying attention to it as they have their backs turned, preparing vegetables and cuts of meat on the other side of the room.
I would like to put the femur in the pot.
Ooh, okay. Make a sleight of hand check, please.
Oh, that's a 6.
You carefully lift the metal lid off the pot, and then making sure no one's looking, you remove the bone from your pants pocket and drop it into the stew. It makes a little splash as it quickly sinks to the bottom. You then replace the lid.
That should offer a nice little distraction later, I think.
It should. Do you return to the lounge?
I would like to push my luck and have a look in the...
You head back out into the hallway and you grab the doorknob on the basement and you try to turn it, but the door, of course, is locked.
Gosh. And I'm not going to push
Right.
1.
You can come back later. Or you could try to force it, but that's likely going to make a noise.
Yeah. Is there anything else around?
No, just the back door. The hallway itself is bare.
There goes my... the board... The door was barred. No!
Yeah. Were you gonna unbar it?
Yeah, I was gonna unbar it and...
Just in case you need to use it?
Yeah, so... Okay.
Yeah. Before you head back into the lounge, you go up to the back entrance and lift away the wooden bar.
I thought that was in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah. You head into the kitchen. Before you leave the kitchen, you stop in front of the back door and you lift away the wooden bar and then push it underneath one of the cabinets where it won't be seen.
Oh,
Then
okay,
make
cool.
your way. You then make your way back to the lounge room.
Not gonna argue with that.
Okay. Edward and Jeffrey and Waldo Disno, what do you wish to do in the time before your initiation?
Not being the most social of people, I'm just going to wander around the room and looking at like the walls and the just doing my usual researchy antiquarian type thing.
Yep. So I would like you to make an art and craft check, please.
Can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Ooh, yep, there we
27.
go.
You look around, you just walk around the lounge room, taking a good look at the artworks on display. You've never had a chance to just take in the lodge's collection, as you're usually only here on business. And they have a rather exquisite collection of particularly old and expensive looking pieces of artwork. Several of them appear to be at least a couple hundred years old, and indeed, the pieces of furniture placed in the lounge room, such as the wooden tables and chairs, appear to be bona fide antiques. I'd like you to make a history check, please.
Oh, that is a hard pass.
In particular, you determine several of the pieces of artwork and furniture to date from colonial America, 1600s, which would match the architecture of the lodge itself. However, these pieces are significantly older than the lodge, and whoever runs the lodge obviously has a very, very good source if he was able to procure such old and expensive pieces.
Just go to the nearest person. Oh, would you look at this? See this little marking right here? This says it is from this period, or through these buildings. Oh my goodness. Oh, I have to come back here more often.
Waldo Disno just sort of laughs at you and he says, yes, but I don't think any of them would sell in a film sense.
Oh, I
These
think they're
people
very
like
wrong there. You're very wrong.
Okay, Harvey.
Yes.
What would you like to do in the 20 or so minutes before your initiation? You're currently in the lounge. You can try to have a look in the dining room. You may head to the bar for a drink.
I'll attempt to strike up a conversation with the silver-haired man.
Yes, very well. So while everyone else goes about their business, you head over to the overstuffed purple chairs in the center of the lounge room and take up position in one of the armchairs beside a wooden table and an electric lamp across from the silver-haired man. He immediately looks up at you and his eyes narrow and in a gravelly voice, he simply says, one of the new journeymen.
Yes, Harvey Walters, Esquire.
He says, lovely. You notice that he is not wearing a robe.
Okay.
He then holds out his hand and he says, Barry Pollard.
Pleasure, sir.
He says, I rarely have the chance to speak to the lower members, and quite frankly, I often consider it a waste of time. So, what do they think you're going to contribute to the Order?
Well, I'm a professor of psychology, so naturally some insight into the world would be, well, I feel a positive boon to the club.
This is indeed. I'm in something of academia myself. He strokes his bare chin. He says, I'm a headmaster of Hollingsgate Academy for Girls. Perhaps you've heard of it. Make an education
Okay. Hang on. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, that's a fail. The name exceeds me.
He says, strange. And I thought we were known throughout Boston for our excellent discipline and our unparalleled excellence. He then smiles, a sort of sadistic smile, and he says, to be honest, I take quite a lot of pride in maintaining the discipline of my students. Make a psychology check, please.
Okay, now here's where shit gets interesting. Alrighty. And that's a wait.
You can push it if you wish.
Hang on. Wait, what's my thingy? God damn it. Yeah, might as well push it. Otherwise, it's going to be embarrassing. Oh, fuck, no,
Go ahead.
failed it.
There is something strange about the way he smiles and the way his eyes glimmer as he talks about his school's excellent discipline. In fact, his eyes positively begin to twinkle as he launches into a graphic explanation of his preferred method of discipline, which involves striking students on the back with sticks of thin cane until red welts appear.
He is what we describe in the psychology world as a villain.
Quite so. Oh, a very interesting practice, I must say.
He says, yes. And to think most of my colleagues call it, what was the word they used? Barbaric. But here in the Order, people appreciate someone who is able to enforce discipline. And so they have rewarded me, and I have managed to rise as far as I have. He smiles once again. He says, what rank are you going into tonight? Journeyman?
I do believe so, yes.
He says, He says, yes, your pursuit of knowledge is just beginning. Perhaps one day you will achieve the lofty heights that I have.
I can only hope.
He nods, and under his breath he says, yes, yes, and then he ushers you away silently with his spare hand.
Well, it was a pleasure.
The clock slowly ticks over to 8:30, and then
Damn it,
you hear the doors to the lounge room open, and in mill a bunch more members of the Order, some of them dressed in black robes, some of them dressed in grey robes, and some of them dressed in white, the ceremonial attire of the three ranks, initiate, journeyman, and master. Eventually, there's about 20, maybe slightly more people assembled in the lounge room. The last people to enter are three high-ups, one of whom you already know, Max Reed, the man who recruited you, wearing his white master robe and surveying the room with a strange look that is a mixture of curiosity and is it fear written on his face? The other two are men you have not seen before. The first of them is a short black-haired man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, only about 5'1" tall. However, he seems to have made up for it in his girth, weighing at least 165 pounds. His meek face is slightly pudgy and entirely forgettable. Beside him stands another man you haven't seen, this one wearing a gold-trimmed white robe. a man standing at least 6 feet and weighing about 170 pounds. His hair is pale white and coming down past his shoulder, and his bony visage is aquiline, perhaps a little cunning. Max steps forward and he says, very well, Order members, you have. We shall begin the proceedings. If you would make your way to the meeting room upstairs. Meanwhile, tonight's initiates, if you would come over here, please.
I reluctantly move away from the tables and all the chairs that I've been keeping my eye on.
I step forward as well.
Stand up and slowly, as one mass, begin to make their way upstairs to the lodge meeting room. The other 3 men wait as you all approach them and line up in front of them. Max Reed fingers his military moustache with his index finger, while the short man simply stares at you, a strange look on his face. I would like, at this point, I would like Harvey to make a psychology check, please.
Okay.
Go, Harvey, go. Sorry.
I'm gonna push that.
Go, Harvey, go.
God damn it! 46.
The short, bespectacled man is looking at each of you, seemingly sizing you up, which is strange, as he doesn't have the look of a leader. The other man, the one with shoulder-length white hair, steps forward and he clears his throat. He says, welcome, initiates. My name is John Scott. I am the leader of the Order. I hold the rank of Noble Philosopher. He says, you may already be familiar with my assistants, Max Reed, he gestures towards Max, and Carl Stanford, he gestures towards the bespectacled man. He says, I'm glad you have decided to come tonight. I have been told that each of you has proven to be a valuable asset to the Order, and I look forward to seeing what you may provide in the future, and eventually one day perhaps working with each of you in turn.
Ah, yes. Well, sorry, go on.
Yeah, go ahead. What do you say?
Sorry. Popped all over myself. Continue. I need a drink.
You got too excited there, Captain.
Oh, I need my whiskey.
As he steps forward, he begins to look at each and every one of you, closely staring you up and down. Harvey, make a psychology check, please.
Okay.
I'm just going to the bathroom.
Oh. God damn it, 100!
Oh. Would you like to push that?
Alright, finally, 32.
32. Notice that as John Scott passes each of you, he looks at you up and down, and then rather than showing his face that would any look of anything that would suggest approval or disapproval, he instead turns and looks at the short bespectacled man, Carl Stanford, who then either nods or shakes his head, as if he is waiting for Carl's opinion on whether you would make a good addition to the Order. I would like all of you to please make spot hidden checks.
Oh, okay. Maybe these nyarlathotep dice weren't so much of a good idea. They all look the same.
That's a hard pass.
That's a hard pass. We'll see if it's a group pass or not.
Oh,
fail.
That's okay. It's a group pass.
Yes, pass for me too.
You can't help but notice as John Scott sizes you up that there is something strange about his face. His skin is coarse, pockmarked, and reddened, as if he suffers from a strange skin disease. Furthermore, his skin is leathery and wrinkled, almost dry, as if there is no moisture present in his face.
Moisturize me.
Do either of you comment on this?
No.
Yeah, I think it's.
I'm staying out of that, yeah.
He finishes sizing you up, and then he steps back and he silently looks over at Carl Sanford. Carl Sanford looks back at him and nods. Once again, strange, as John Scott, the leader of the Order, seems to be seeking approval from his assistants. John Scott clears his throat and he says, "Very well. If you will follow me, please." And then he begins to lead you out of the lounge, through the dining room and the staircase leading to the meeting hall. When you reach the top of the staircase, he leads you down the hallway, and then instead of directing you into the meeting hall on the right, he moves to a small wooden door at the end, opens it, and gestures for you to enter. The placard on the door simply reads, "Preparation Room."
Red flag. But yes, I mean,
Wish to enter. As you enter the room, John Scott, Carl Sanford, and Max follow you in. You notice immediately there are grey robes arranged on a long wooden bench, arranged hanging up against on top of a long wooden bench against the back wall, one for each of you. John Scott smiles and he says, "Please take your time, change into your ceremonial robes, and then wait by the door. When your names are called, emerge into the meeting hall and cross immediately to the lectern." He bows his head at you, and then all three men leave, shutting the door behind them.
I waited, wait a couple seconds, then relay the information that a basement with another level.
Ooh, does anyone comment on that?
Leave my
Albert seems interested.
Yeah, I'll keep my thoughts to myself for the moment.
Yes. I see Disno is readying his tripod.
Oh god.
Okay. Do you change into your grey robes?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, first, I would like to spot hidden, if I can, for any eye holes, like in the walls.
Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a 10. Okay, I am now really regretting these dice because the 4s look like 1s and the 1s look like 4s. But that's a 16.
Before putting on your robe, you do a quick sweep of the room and you don't find anything that looks like eye holes or anything like that. The music god. What are you doing, Louis?
God damn nyarlathotep.
Louis is not playing anything, I see.
Thought it was a bit quiet.
Yeah, it's like, why is Louis not playing anything? Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Loop. Come on. There we go. All right. However, underneath a cabinet at the edge of the preparation room containing a bundle of robes, you see what appears to be a piece of parchment forgotten, wedged underneath a laundry basket. You pull it out and you unfurl it, and it simply says this: Rank 1, Initiate, black robe. Rank 2, Journeyman, grey robe. Rank 3, Master, white robe. Rank 4, 5, 6, unrobed.
Oh, wait. Oh, unrobed.
Oh, hello.
Disrobed.
Yeah.
My
Disrobed.
God.
When you achieve that level of power, clothing becomes a mere inconvenience.
Dear God.
Either that
Yet
or
more evidence that there are more ranks.
No, that's
either that or as you get higher in length, the detail of the fabric is that fine. It can't be peasants.
when you get to rank 5, it just turns into an eyes wide
Yes.
shut
Is there no depth that these heathen will not sink to?
Having found that evidence, you now change into your robes.
I would still like to do another spot hidden, but just around the room. Just around the room.
Okay, make a spot hidden check.
And also, if I can do it straight after a listen check, put my
Yep.
So
Alright, do a
here's-
listen check instead.
Okay.
Let someone else do.
Okay.
Yeah, do a listen check instead.
Listen, that's a pass.
Before putting on your robes, you press up against the doorway and listen. And you can hear voices coming from the meeting room. And you specifically hear what sounds like Max's voice saying, "And tonight, the noble philosopher shall welcome into our number several new brothers who do their part to ensure that the stars become right and humanity is guided into a better future."
Okay.
Would anyone else like to do anything before putting on their robes?
I think I'm good.
I'm good.
Right.
How observed am I?
How observed are you? You're currently all on your own in the preparation room.
All right, I'll just like to snap together my my latest version of the pump assault weapon and hide it under my robes.
Very well. I would like you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
Sleight of hand. Okay, cool. Can I re-roll that for a?
Yes, you could push it.
All right. Sleight of hand. Sorry, just checking whether I actually have this.
It should be third. I think it's. Is it 30? No, it's 10.
Wait a second. Wait, the laptop that I had
Yep.
my character sheet open.
I'll give you this one I'm on now because I got a new one coming.
Oh dear.
Just give me one. Give me a. Okay. Yes, I do have it at 30. So can I spend 7 points of luck?
Yes. Go ahead. You put on your robes and then you put together your makeshift weapon and place it under the robes, trying your best to ensure the bulge is not visible to anyone observing you. Waldo Dinzo, what would you like to do with your tripod? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Meanwhile, Waldo Dinzo is going to use sleight of hand to try to de-extend his tripod legs and carry it in his robes. He's going to push that. Yeah. Aldo Dinzo, in the process of attempting to fit his tripod into his robes, tears open the side of his robe and very obviously damages it. Someone is bound to notice that Disno's robe has been torn. Do the rest of you put on your robes, or are you going to try to smuggle anything in them?
Put on the robe.
Well,
You can put your handguns in them, and you're allowed to have your sword.
Yep. The only thing I would need is smuggling blackjack, but that wouldn't take much to conceal.
Yep. If there's anything you wish to conceal on... Yeah, no, that doesn't need a sleight of hand check. Only bulky objects do. And I believe that Edward has permission to have his musket and his sword, so he doesn't have to conceal them. Waldo has torn his robe. He's got his tripod inside, but the side of his robe is torn and is very noticeable. Just the same, all put your robes on, and then you assemble by the door and you wait. And then, a few minutes later, one by one, you are called out into the meeting room. The meeting room takes up most of the second floor. Here is where the Order conducts its business and carries out its initiations. The seats along the north and south walls are for the members. There are rows of seats, each row raised slightly higher than the next, very much like theatre seats. The two daces along the east wall are slightly raised platforms for lodge officers. The altar is 3 feet square, 2.5 feet tall, and is made of wood. A padded kneeling rail extends along the bottom of its eastern side. The floor is polished wood and the walls are panelled. Constellations of tiny electric lights decorate the black painted ceiling. The floor to ceiling drape that covers the wall behind the noble philosopher's lectern is a brilliant scarlet velvet. You've never seen behind this scarlet velvet curtain. Indeed, you're not even sure if there is anything behind it. All of the members, dressed in a variety of colours of robes, some of them unrobed, are seated, waiting for you, as you begin to make your way up to the noble philosopher's lectern in single file. There, John Scott, in his white robe with gold trim, presides over you, with Carl Sanford and Max Reed standing on either side of him. He looks at you, each in turn, and then he clears his throat and he says, "Brothers, we have gathered here today to welcome 5 more into our circle. 5 more who have already proven their worthiness to our order, have proven that they have what it takes to guide humanity down the right path and to an enlightened future." Everyone is silent. He clears his throat again, and then he taps a ivory black cane stick on the floor. And he says, "Very well, initiates, you are here tonight as you are advancing to the rank of journeyman. Your work for the Order has proved fruitful and useful, and we are ready to welcome you officially and truly into our brotherhood." He says, "I will ask you to each repeat a vow and to state what you intend to offer to our fine order. And then we shall all state the communal vows of the order, and your initiation will be complete." Clears his throat a 3rd time, and then he simply waits. Short man, Carl Stanford, steps forward and points to one of you. He turns to that person, Wallace, and he says, "You, state your name."
I am William W. Wallace.
He says, "Very well, William."
Wilbur W. Wallace. There.
He says, "Very well, Wilbur. What do you add to our fine order?"
My understanding of science and my inventions, both scientific and practical, shall help illuminate the way of the Order.
As you say this, Max Reed leans forward and he begins to whisper something into John Scott's ear. John's eyes lighten up, widen immediately, and he looks at you and he says, "I hear you have gazed upon Sothogua."
Oh, yes, briefly.
He says, and what insights were granted to you?
Was I given a spell?
No.
No, I'm the
No.
only
No, you
one who
weren't.
has the spell.
Yeah. No, I go,
Oh, man.
You
oh,
didn't
well,
go mad.
I said, well, I was able to gaze upon it without it affecting my sanity so far, so I believe I was given the insight of fortitude.
John Scott turns and he looks at Carl Sanford. Carl Sanford nods silently, and then John Scott turns to Max and says, write his name down on the list. He then turns to the next of you. In this case, Edward Rivers. He says, you, state your name.
Why, I am Edward Rivers.
He says, and what do you bring to our order?
My extensive knowledge of all things antiques, particularly, as you can see by my fabulous outfit, the Civil Warrior.
He looks at you. He turns to Carl Sanford, who quickly shakes his head. Then he turns back to you. He says, very well, we shall see what comes of this. He turns to the next person, who is Harvey. He says, you, state your name.
Harvey Walters, Professor of Psychology.
He says, oh, an academic. And what do you bring to our order?
Oh, the insight of knowledge and the pursuit of it.
He frowns. He turns to Carl Sanford, who just stares back at him, pensive. He turns to Max and he says, maybe. He moves on to the next person, Christopher. He says, state your name.
Hi, Captain Christopher Jones.
He says, and your contribution to our order will be?
My ship and the forever exploring the unknowns of the sea.
He says, He turns to Carl Sanford. Carl Sanford shrugs. He turns once again to Max and says, maybe. And then he moves to the last person, Waldo Dinzo, and asks him for his name. Waldo Dinzo says, Waldo Dinzo at your service, animator and filmmaker. He says, and your contribution would be, well, I'm going to make films. I figure if the order ever wants some publicity, I'm the man to do it. John Scott frowns. He turns to Carl Sanford, who immediately shakes his head. He turns back and he says, perhaps misguided, but we shall see how it turns out. He says, very well, and claps his hands together. Carl Sanford steps out from the lectern and he places in front of it, at your feet, a small ivory plate. John Scott clears his throat. He says, there is the matter of our dues. If you truly wish to enter into our circle of knowledge, you must write a check for $100 and place it in the plate.
Anyone else thinking Scientology?
He says, keep in mind, this is merely a voluntary donation, but the order looks favorably upon those who do make it. I would like Harvey to make a psychology check, please.
Okay. I am gonna push that. Alright, 38.
The way he said it and the way he's looking at you suggests that bad things may happen if you do not make the so-called voluntary donation.
I don't think I needed a psychology check to work that out. Yeah.
So who's going to make the donation and who's not going to?
How much is the donation?
$100.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Right? Is anyone not making it?
I'll make it.
Yep. Is anyone not making it?
Oh, everyone's
Er,
Okay. If you make the donation, subtract $100 as you write checks and place them in the ivory plate. As you do this, you notice Waldo Dinzo fidgeting and eyeing the plate with contempt on his face. And at no point do you see put a check into the plate. John Scott notices this. Gives a strange look of contemplation to Waldo. Waldo merely shrugs. John Scott claps his hands and he says, "Very well. If you would repeat the vow of the journeyman after me." He says, "I am being initiated into a brotherhood." Do you repeat?
Okay, is this the time where we say we actually repeat, or you want us to repeat?
Yes, you actually repeat.
Okay, so
I'm
I am
being
being initiated into a brotherhood.
I am being
A family-
initiated into a brotherhood.
a family which shall take me in as its own.
A family which shall take me in as its own.
As its own.
All I have to give is my mind.
All
I have to give is my mind.
But I shall willingly give it at the want
But-
of a brother.
But I shall willingly give it at the want of a brother.
For I am initiated into a brotherhood.
For I
am initiated into a brotherhood.
In addition,
In addition,
In addition,
I vow
I vow
I vow to my brothers I shall share no knowledge of our order.
I vow
in
to
addition, I vow to my brothers I shall share no knowledge of the order,
And I shall keep such knowledge from the hands of the unworthy.
and I shall keep my knowledge from the hands of the unworthy.
Until the stars are right.
Until the stars are right.
He then bows his head, and to himself, he simply repeats the phrase, "When the stars are right."
Shall all a one.
And then he opens his eyes and he says, "Congratulations, you are now journeyman. Everybody in the order may now proceed down to the dining room for the formal dinner." And as one, the members of the order, including you, begin to make your way downstairs. The formal dinner proves to be uneventful. People barely talk to you as you are sequestered away from everyone else who eats at a communal table. Instead, you are placed on a table of your own at the very front of the room, and you feel somewhat uncomfortable, even though the food is well prepared and delicious. There's something strange as the rest of the order simply stare at you and contemplate you for the rest of the night. It's almost as if you were being placed on display. Then, no sooner is the meal done when John Scott stands up, taps his glass with a piece of cutlery, and dismisses the order from the lodge.
Oh,
You were escorted
did no
out.
one get served the stew?
Not yet. Just as he dismisses you, one of the order members immediately screams. John Scott looks at him, disturbed, and he says, "What? What is it? Why do you disturb the proceedings?" The member steps forward and he holds up his bowl and he says, There is a bone in my stew." There is a collective gasp that goes through the room.
We're just there
John,
like, oh no, who could have done that? Sorry.
John Scott merely stands where he is. He simply remains in his spot while Carl Sanford and Max get up from their seats. They walk over and they examine the bowl. They silently make their way back to John Scott. They whisper something in his ear. He frowns and he says, "It appears that our order has enemies." He says, "Very well. We may be in danger." He claps his hands. He says, "You are dismissed as of now, but furthermore, no member below master rank shall be seen in the lodge for at least 2 weeks." He says, "We have much to discuss." He says, "This is a very disconcerting matter." He then picks up the bowl, complete with the bone, and silently walks out of the dining room, followed by his 2 assistants. You were escorted out of the dining room and out of the lodge by a couple master rank members, including Officer Mason, the police officer who was just initiated tonight. As he explains in secret while you were being inducted into your own rank, he smiles and he says, "Well, that was certainly an end to a fine evening." He says, "Well, you'd best make yourselves clear and don't be seen here for the next few weeks. We wouldn't want anyone to get in trouble or put in any unnecessary danger," he says as he shuts the door behind you. Make your way back to the parking lot, climb into your cars, and drive home for the night. Okay, so you have been initiated, and you have sabotaged the stew, which has led to the lodge being made off limits for most members, meaning if you do return, there will be less people there and more chance for you to sneak around undetected.
Huzzah!
But as a consequence, as anyone below master rank is now not allowed there for 2 weeks, being spotted there at all will now instantly raise alarm bells.
Shit.
The next day, just before lunchtime, at about 11:30, you all meet on the deck of the Mayflower 2, Christopher's ship. You seat yourselves...
Mighty fine vessel.
Do you have anything to say to that, Christopher?
Sorry, what was that?
He said, "A mighty fine
vessel.
I just slap around the wood. You can fit so many barnacles here.
Oh, you have to give me a tour when our friend arrives.
I just start gulping my whiskey.
You seat yourselves around the small whitewood picnic table on the deck of the boat, just taking in the early afternoon air and the freshness of the sea, listening to the waves lap against the boat. And then you see her, Vera Delacroix, her red hair clearly visible in the daylight, wearing a rather nice form-fitting red polka dot flapper dress. She looks up at the boat and she waves at you all as she begins to climb the ladder up onto the deck.
Be still, my beating heart.
Does anyone help her onto the ship?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Welcome aboard the Mayflower, my dear.
Christopher and Edward, what are your dex ratings?
$60.
Actually 70.
All right. Christopher, you both stand up out of your seats and make your way to the head of the ladder. However, Christopher gets there first, and as Vera's red locks appear over the side of the ship, he reaches out his hand. She blushes as she grabs hold of his hand, and he helps her over the side onto the ship deck. She stands there for a moment, taking in the ship before her, and then she says, "Well, I do declare this is a rather nice vessel you've got here."
A lot of people have been saying that recently, and just fruit man.
He said he's going to take us on a private tour.
Oh God! No!
She says, "I do not have sea legs, as you would say, but I do see that you have done well for yourself." "Very well, we have business to discuss." The three of you make your way back to the table and take your seats. As you get there, Edward, you pull out a seat next to you for Vera. She looks at you, smiles, and then takes her seat. She folds her arms, crosses her legs, and looks at each and every one of you. She then reaches into her handbag, pulls out a cigarette, lights it, purses it between her lips. She takes a puff, and she says, "So, you got initiated last night."
I seem so.
"I heard, based on people who live in that neighborhood, that it was quite the quiet affair."
Yes, that's Emo Bone getting.
She looks at you and she says, "What?"
Yeah, yes, apparently, the Order has some enemies and put a femur in one food.
She says, "You mean a human bone?"
Yes, my lady.
"How odd." She immediately pulls out a notepad from her handbag and begins scribbling something down. She says, "Well, that is certainly more than I was hoping for. I should be able to get my editor to sign off on an investigation based on that alone." She says, "So this bone was found in the stew. And what happened? Did they close down the lodge for the night, or?"
Pardon me. Yes, they got everyone to leave, and they've blocked off the lodge for at least 2 weeks for what was it? Masters and.
And let's just say any of
She
us
says,
planning to
"So."
venture there will be earning our compensation.
She says, "So, you mean to say that the rank and file are no longer going to be there?"
No, it's gonna be fairly empty, but you have to make sure you don't get caught.
She simply takes a puff of her cigarette and says, She says, "Well, I trust that wasn't the only interesting thing that happened. Surely some of you found something of note." She looks at each of you in turn. Well, you found the evidence of both the basement and the fact that there are more than 3 ranks.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Do you tell her of this?
Yes.
She says, "So it's true, there are more than 3 ranks, and parts of the building are off limits even for those who've been initiated." She writes it down on her pad. She says, "Interesting." Takes a puff of her cigarette. She says, "Anything else? You there, Mr. Disno, was it?" Disno looks up at her. She says, "You didn't manage to capture anything strange on film, did you?" He shakes his head and says, "They were all watching me. They didn't want me to bring my camera in. I didn't have the chance." She says, "Shame." She says, "What about you?" She looks at the rest of you. Okay, so you have some more evidence you can give her. Harvey, you have learned that the members of the Order, at least those who don't wear robes, are perhaps not the most savory of characters, and you can recount your conversation with the strange head of the girls' school.
Yes, he seemed well, actually, you took the word right out of my mouth there. But yes, he seems to be somewhat proud of his rather, shall we say, shady past of let's say unorthodox methods of discipline.
She purses her lips and she says, "Oh, I should hope not. He's been in the news before. Beat a girl to within an inch of her life. She's paralyzed now. And he was never punished. Had friends in high places. Well, I do believe we can take an educated guess at who they might be."
Makes sense. One of the members is a high-ranking police officer.
Yes, Wilbur, you spoke to the police officer, and you learned that he was being initiated.
All I've got to contribute is this cool little doohickey I made.
Yeah, but you also spoke to the police officer, and in your brief conversation learned that he was apparently being initiated in a rush, and they didn't have time to do the proper ceremony for him.
I'll pass this information on.
She says, interesting. So, for some reason, they didn't have time to do the proper ceremony and moved him up into the next rank, almost as if they needed someone to pull strings for them amongst the Metropolitan Police. She takes a puff out of her cigarette. She says, well, I think we've made a good start, but we certainly need to make more. She says, here's what I propose. She says, now, let's say I wanted to go to the lodge.
Hold on a second, Dale. We are getting raided by Tales of Pesh.
Welcome, Tales of Pesh, as always.
How are you going? And welcome, Raiders raiding party of 7. I hope your D&D was really good today, and once again, thank you so very much. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that follow button, and please enjoy episode 3 of Call of Cthulhu. Proceed, Dale.
Takes a puff of her cigarette, and she says, well, I think there's one way we can get to the bottom of this. She looks around. She's silent for a few moments, and then she says, what would you say to all of us going and having a little look and see tonight?
I recommend that, but being the restrictions, we'd definitely have to be very careful.
She says, well, I would imagine a building like that, there's not just one way in.
Oh, yeah. I'm so smart. Yeah.
You informed her that you unbarred the back entrance.
Yes, I can't believe I forgot about that. Yes, I informed her that the staff entrance is unbarred.
She smiles.
And the staff are rather easily persuaded with weapons checks.
Okay.
She smiled.
Keith, you're sounding very robotic.
It's okay. We'll just bear with him.
It's okay. We can fully understand.
I can hear him.
Yeah, no.
We can fully understand.
Yeah, it's fully understand.
That's okay.
We can fully understand. It's just robotic. It's not M1 robotic.
Yeah. She nods and winks, and she says, "Well then, it looks like it's all fallen into place. I'll go in. I'll come with you. So you have to look after little old me, but don't worry. I've got a keen eye, and I can sniff out a story if need be." She says, you men can all keep me safe, keep us out of trouble, and you," she points at Waldo Disno, "make sure you've got some film in that there camera, and whatever goings on are going on in that lodge, we're gonna catch them on film."
Is he back? Okay, yeah, he's still muted.
Yeah. You just type in the chat M1. Yeah, you've got it. You actually did have film in your camera the whole time. That's just what you said to get it through the code check. But you're out of the lodge now. You've been initiated. You're meeting up with your contact the next day, and you're about to head back to the lodge. So you've got film, and this time, because Liam spiked the stew with a bone, there are going to be less people in the lodge, meaning you will actually be able to get your and film people, which you didn't have the chance to do last night because there were too many people to be able to film unnoticed with a big bulky film camera.
And I imagine a camera's not going to be that stealthy either.
Yeah.
No, I just turn upside down and I call it a hat stand.
Actually,
She-
my weapon would be a very good stealth weapon because it's an air rifle.
It's an air rifle, makes no noise. She finishes her cigarette and then she sticks the butt in an ashtray in front of her and she stands up, brushes a red lock out of her face and she says, "Very well then, you do what you have to do. I'm going to check in with my editor, see if he can sign off on, give me the official green light to investigate this, and I'll meet you at the lodge. Let's say 6:30." And then Christopher stands up and helps her back onto the ladder as she climbs off the ship and walks down the jetty back into the harbour. Okay, you have a plan? Is there anything you would like to do before you go to the lodge?
So look over at the captain, go. So is it time for that tour?
Have you
A
ever heard?
3-hour tour.
Have you ever heard of the phrase "man overboard"?
So sorry, it's over.
Jesus Christ! Why?
Now, given that you're not allowed to be in the lodge tonight anyway, there's no need to wear your robes or conceal anything. So you can head in with all your weapons. Thankfully, nothing happened last night that necessitated the use of your weapons.
Okay.
How much time do we have?
So you've got a couple hours. She wants you to meet her at 6:30.
When we were changing into the robes, were there robes for the other members, like higher members?
There was white robes for the master. You didn't take any because you didn't think to, but they would presumably still be there. So if you could make your way upstairs to the preparation room, you could put them on.
That might.
Good thinking.
Yeah.
And then you would have to conceal your stuff. But since you did it successfully before, I'll just say you can conceal your stuff in your robes without rolling.
Oh, thank you.
So is there anything that anyone would like to do before you head to the lodge? You may visit the library now that you know a bit more, such as the names of the leader. There might be more information to turn up. Otherwise, maybe you'd like to get some last-minute supplies.
I was thinking library.
Yeah, the library people. Books
Go to the
smart
library?
people can.
Yep. All right. So you're all going to go to the library, see what you can
I'm
scrounge
gonna
up.
go to my workshop.
Very well. You can go to your workshop, while the rest of you go to the library.
Oh no, they can go to the
Clan-
library. They can go.
Oh, where are you going?
I'm just thinking, because you said supplies. What kind of supplies?
Well, you're in Boston. You can go buy whatever you want or think you might need.
Yeah, that's what I'm having to think. Well, they do the library. Just come back to me.
Yep. Okay. So Clark, Harvey, and Edward, you clamber once again into Clark Kemp's car, and he drives you downtown to the library, the same one you were at yesterday. In the broad daylight, the building looks far less imposing. In fact, the gargoyles and twisted trees and wrought iron fences look a bit more artistic than sinister in the bright sunlight. Park in the car park and make your way over to the wooden doors and push them open. Once again stepping into the vast hall of bookshelves, which is which is much busier today. There are several patrons reading quietly at tables, milling through the shelves, and at least 2 or 3 librarians on duty who would be more than willing to help you if you have trouble finding anything. I would like 2 of you to make library use checks and 1 of you to make a spot hidden check. So choose who's going to do that.
I'll be doing library use.
Yeah, I do believe I have the
Library use?
Hang on. Yeah, I've got library proficiency as well, so I'll make
And
the other one.
Meanwhile, Waldo's doing spot hidden and he's passed. So you two
push
do
that?
library use. Yes, you can push it.
Yep. I got a 38.
That
38.
is a hard pass.
Very well. First of all, as you head into the shelves and begin pulling out books and browsing the contents to see if you can find anything familiar, Waldo Disno takes a seat in the reading lounge at the front, and he picks up today's newspaper and begins to flip through it. And then, Waldo Disno, you notice on page 3, in the bottom right-hand corner, a strange advertisement with a familiar name on it. You quickly call the other 2 over and show it to them.
Hey, come here.
Hey, listen.
You hold out the newspaper and point to the ad. It reads, "Motivate your employees, inspire yourself. Look to the future," and Carl Stanford this week present B. Ramsdale Brown, Profits in Your Own Backyard. We are the businessman's friend. Meeting and coffee every Monday morning, 50 cents. The grillers are on us. 320 Back Bay Lane, 7:30 a.m. sharp. You recognize the name Carl Stanford as the short, bespectacled man from your initiation last night. The second thing you find is the one who finds this is Edward, as he starts going through old Civil War era books and newspapers. He finds an old newspaper article. It reads, "Infant still missing, mother prostrate. Authorities seeking young Erin O'Malley, aged 6 months, today broadened their search for the missing infant by issuing a warrant of arrest for one Carl Sanford of 18 Trimontaine Close, whereabouts presently unknown. Neighbours give contradictory descriptions of Sanford and have little to report of him except for his disagreeable demeanour and secretive behaviour. Lieutenant of Detectives Beneke urges all who know this man to step forward and do their duty by city and commonwealth. Any Boston policeman will direct the inquiring citizen to Lieutenant Beneke. Friends and family report that Mrs. O'Malley is prostrate with grief and begs whomever has taken the infant to return her with the blessings of God." I would like the 3 of you to make SAN checks, please. So for you, Hazard, this is you roll under your SAN, you pass, roll over, you fail. Oh, Wilbur, you don't have to make one. You're at your workshop. You're not in the library.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's true, yes.
Oh no.
It starts.
Here goes nothing.
It starts. Okay, that's a pass for Waldo Dinzo.
10.
And that's a pass for you. Okay, so you, Waldo Dinzo and Harvey, you each lose 1 point of sanity. Meanwhile, Edward, you're going to lose 1d4 sanity, please.
Could have been worse.
As you look over the article, strange feeling sets over you. You are certain that this is the same Carl Stanford that you met last night, even though the name is spelt differently. Except this article is over 100 years old. The implications of this are profoundly unsettling. Finally, Harvey, you find one thing. Let me just check. Yes. You find a feature article from 20 years ago which discusses notorious local witches of the 17th and 18th centuries. Let me pop up that handout. It reads, Boston witches recalled by historian continued. These benighted individuals seemed to their fellow colonists to be hostile to the very tenets of Christianity, and transcripts from the era of the witch trials document their confidence in their own dark powers. Though they were often put on trial, an alarmed citizenry sometimes rose up against them without the benefit of lawful arrest or trial, as happened to the Cambridge area warlock John Scott in 1721. Scott was attacked and captured, found guilty of witchcraft by acclamation, burned alive in an enormous bonfire, and buried in an unmarked, unhallowed grave, all on the same day before 7:00 in the evening. Neighbours swore he had created monsters and brought the dead to life in secret caverns located on his farm. His farm would be fascinating to explore, but unfortunately, its precise location has been lost for centuries. Do you have any comments to make on this?
The burning part sounds familiar.
As does the name.
Hmm.
John Scott, who you met last night. So far, both him and Carl Stanford have shown up in these articles of strange happenings. I would now like Edward to please make an occult check while Harvey makes an anthropology check.
Okay.
Can I push?
See if you can find out more about this farm and caverns that are mentioned.
Alright.
And yeah, you can put.
Yeah.
You can
12.
push it.
I got that.
Oh, no need to push it. He did it. He did it with his anthropology.
Oh, good.
There you go.
You're interested about this mention of secret caverns, and so you spend another hour or so in the library, heading through, digging through plenty of books that look promising, old anthropological and occult texts, until you find one dated in the 17th century. You pull it out and read it as a group. This is a book stuck in an out-of-way place among the shelves for colonial Massachusetts. It is a slim volume written in longhand with no title on the spine. This record tells of a vigilante raid on the farm of John Scott, a warlock, in 1721. The writer, Clyde Whipple, was one of the armed men who led the attack. He describes the weird sounds and chants that they and their families heard at night, and the disquieting foreigners who began to gather in the area, and the predations of local grave robbers. The writer was horrified by what he saw during the raid. He also discusses where John Scott's farmhouse once stood. I would like the three of you to please make hard intelligence checks. Hard hazard means you roll under half, by the way.
That's just a pass.
Yeah.
So not a hard pass.
Yeah, 5.
That's definitely a hard. That's an extreme. Let's see what Disno does. Disno, would you like to push that? Go ahead, Disno. Right, it's a fail for Disno, but that's a pass for Edward. So altogether, a group pass. You look over the text and where it describes the old farm and catacombs of John Scott to be, and then you realise that the Order's Lodge Hall was built almost exactly where the farmhouse once stood and was once burnt down. I'd like the three of you to make sand checks, please.
Yeah, I was gonna. I was wondering who that FEMA belonged to.
Yep.
I'm gonna push that.
You can't push sand checks, unfortunately.
Fuck.
If you fail, you fail, and that's
Okay.
a fail for
in that case, I
Smithy.
did that.
Keith,
Fail for all
the checks you can't push are checks in
combat
battle
and sanity ones.
and luck.
Yeah.
Fair.
Okay, so all three of you failed. That will be 1d3 sand loss, please.
Crud. But, D3. Hang on.
Ooh.
Ooh. So you feel a feeling of apprehension fall over you as you realize that the Order's lodge stands on the site of what was once a warlock's farmhouse, and that John Scott and Carl Sanford, both men that you met last night, may indeed be these warlocks. Things are definitely going on within the Order. Waldo Dinzo, would you like to preserve these notes for posterity? Would you like to make a photography check, please, to just photograph everything?
No, I'm just waiting. Shit. Have a word? No, 3. Okay. It said, do not take more than 3. No, I'll just take 3. Clean water? More water sins. Because I know I'll be, like, at the moment, I've got all my water weight that's just started just going everywhere. It's just not coming out.
Lovely. That sounds like you're in a very pleasant situation in one. Waldo Dinzo, would you like to make a photography check to just snap photos of all of these notes that everyone has found, including basically everything that incriminates the Order and its leaders? All right, I will roll for you. Good luck. And would you like to spend 1 luck, Dinzo? Go down to 54 luck. And Dinzo pulls out his little camera, like what a journalist would have. He informs you that he uses it to scout locations, but then he snaps a couple of pictures of the open books, so you can pass them along later to Vera Delacroix and her editor and incriminate this Order. Meanwhile, Wilbur, you have travelled to your workshop, a short distance away from the Boston Harbor. What do you do there?
Okay, so first things first is I'm going to take my the invention I made sort of absentmindedly last night, and I'm going to try and improve on it. Trying different levels of gelatin and other thickeners to add sort of distance and stickiness.
Yep, make a hard mechanical... Yep.
Oh, hard mechanics.
Sorry, I'd like you to do 2 things first.
Yes.
I'd like you to make a hard mechanical repair check. Go ahead and do that.
Control C. Diddly diddly dee. Diddly diddly do. Ooh. Yeah, I'll spend 2 points of luck on that.
Yep. I would now like you to do a chemistry check.
Actually, I have this. Ha! Oh, can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, critical success.
Okay. You sit there with your air rifle. It can now fire solids and liquids, but you spend the next several hours tinkering with it, trying different volumes and consistencies of liquids. You even combine several liquids together, trying to find the exact chemical formula for a liquid that is just thick enough to do damage when it's fired at a high velocity, but thin enough to not interfere with the flow of air and projectiles through the weapon and barrel. In fact, you manage to mix together several gelatins and other chemicals to make a concoction of your own, which, when fired, does considerably more damage than a standard air rifle pellet would do. And as long as you remember to mix it every time you wish to use it, and have a spare bottle of it ready to go, this will allow your air rifle to deal an extra 1d6 damage.
Nice.
Make sure you note that down. Plus 1d6 if using special concoction.
And that's the fire. They're the fire rounds, yeah? Or is that just the standard air rifle?
A standard projectile with your air rifle, it's its normal damage.
Cool. Then
If you're
fire rounds.
Yeah, if you're firing at the special fire rounds, that's going to do the normal amount of damage, but also do extra fire damage. And if you're firing the special concoction you just made, that will do normal damage plus 1d6.
Yeah, and then I've got the special acid round. Which actually I
Yes,
haven't worked out how much damage they do yet, but I haven't.
They do the same as normal, but it's acid. So if anything's weak to acid, it'll be extra. Same with the fire ones.
God.
So the fire and acid ones do the same as normal, but if you hit something that's weak to either fire or acid, you'll do extra.
Also,
Okay.
I'm also will begin in my thing to work on my next sort of invention, which is what I call the deployable stealth cover suit, which basically it looks like an umbrella that extends from the hat and releases like drapes down of black things so people can't identify me. So basically it extends out and then drops down like a curtain. It doesn't look particularly practical, and it's not one of my better inventions, but it's what I've got.
Well, it took several hours of tinkering to make the concoction for your air rifle, and you're running out of time. You may attempt to make it, but you will require an extreme mechanical repair success.
Hey, Dale,
which you
guess what?
just got.
Oh my God.
So you managed to cobble together miraculously a prototyped stealth device, and you quickly pack it into your briefcase and then step out of your workshop and hail a taxi to take you to the lodge to meet everyone else, smiling a huge, smug, shit-eating grin on your face. That you managed to put that together in less than an hour with stuff you had just lying around in your workshop.
Freaking MacGyver.
Yes. Okay. Our final order of business is Christopher, who decided he wishes to purchase supplies.
I take that back because I didn't realize I still have a torch and first aid kit.
Yes, you do still have those from last week. Yes.
This strange stone writing, do I still need that?
No, you've passed it on to the order now.
Okay.
All of those things from last week you don't have anymore. What would you like to do? Are you ready to just head up to the lodge, or is there anything you want to do?
Ready to.
Yep. You make sure you're ready for the task ahead, and you spend the next several hours hyping yourself up, ready to face whatever evil is in that lodge. You've already seen some bad stuff, feeling that this is going to be even worse. So you just sit there for a few hours on the deck of your ship, staring out to sea, sipping whiskey. Make a power check, please.
I can do that. Where is the... Yeah. I really wish I didn't buy these, the nyarlathotep ones. It's like, where is everything? It all looks the same. When have I got the right ones? No, I haven't. I'm using a D8. God damn it. Okay,
Come
here
on,
we go.
Liam.
Alright, that is a 26, so that's a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay, gain 1d3 sen, please.
With the D3, since the Cthulhu dice doesn't come with it, what do I roll?
You roll a d4 and subtract 1.
Okay, yeah, that's what I've been kind of been doing, but I
Yep.
just want to double
Yep.
check. Okay.
Or you just roll a d6 and 4, 5, 6 counts as
Yeah,
1,
or
2,
you
and
halve
3.
it. You can roll a d6 and halve it, or you can roll a d4 and subtract 1. It's either way.
Okay. Well, either way, that's a 3.
It's a 3, good.
Nice.
And then you head up to the lodge. You park. Wilbur climbs out of his taxi and begins walking up the lodge path with his briefcase in his hand, while the rest of you park a little ways down the street. Meet up and assemble a little bit down the cobblestone path on the lodge grounds. Standing under the buckled over tree from yesterday is Vera, still wearing the same red polka dot dress and puffing away on a cigarette. She looks up at you as you approach, and she wordlessly gives you a look, asking if you are ready.
So, what time of day is this as well?
It's 6:30 p.m.
And
The sky, it is still light, but the sky is starting to glow red as the sun sets. It'll be dark within an hour or so.
that plan. Don't do the create mist. Mist appearing at that time of day would.
Yeah, well, that'll probably still be useful later. You'll see.
Oh yeah.
Um,
I was just gonna be used for extra cover in case like someone happened to be looking out.
Are you ready to enter the climax of the scenario, which is the
Yes.
exploration of the lodge hall?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Everyone's ready.
Yay, team.
Following
Yeah,
Vera.
like all we've figured out thus far is that one of the perks of joining this club is immortality.
And their library. Which,
You can't
But you
discount
roll
that
I said that
library.
was the only perk. I said that's just one of the perks.
yeah,
Like,
just one of the perks.
I still think we have to go back to the change room and see if there are
That's a good
white
idea.
cloaks.
Now you have two options of ingress. You may daringly head through the front entrance, or you may take the back entrance.
Definitely go back entrance.
Very well. I would like all of you to please roll stealth with advantage.
Oh.
Hazard. This means that you roll 2 dice and you take whatever is lowest.
Yes, that one I remember.
Okay, that is. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Pass for,
Oh, that is a 4.
pass for-
that is a fail for me. Can I?
Did you do it with advantage, Tom?
Yeah, no, I did do it with advantage.
Yeah, you can push with advantage. You get to roll twice again if you push it.
Can I push
you-
it?
No,
And
Disney.
do I get any bonuses from my stealth device, which is basically?
Are you activating it?
Not yet. Just I might hold on to it for the
Oh, there
moment.
we
Yeah.
go.
And Disno, you get another roll because it's with advantage.
That's a pass on the second one.
Yeah, got a 9. That's a.
There's a pass. Disno pass on the first go. Didn't have to push. Okay.
Mine's 33.
Is that a pass for you?
I have no clue.
Altogether, it's a group pass, so you're fine.
Yeah,
Alright.
if the majority of the group passes, the whole
Yeah.
group passes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how it goes with a group roll. So you make your way across the grounds, making sure to duck behind bushes and trees where you can, keeping low, not straying too close to the lodge as you make your way around to the side and to the back. As you walk, you can't help but notice that Wilbur appears to be carrying in one hand what appears to be a strange-looking umbrella.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the inventor now.
Might as well be the doctor at this stage.
I will let you know, Wilbur, since you didn't choose to use it, that you may use it to automatically pass one stealth roll,
Oh damn.
but you can only activate it once until you improve it.
Wonderful. Okay, I can deal with that.
Okay. So you make it around to the back where you see the metal door reading kitchen staff only. Okay. I would like Waldo. I would like Keith to make a luck check, please. I know he's
Okay.
the rest of the group.
Yeah.
It's not.
All right. 24.
That's a pass.
Yep.
Okay, so Harvey, you step forward and you grab the handle of the door and you turn it and push it, and somehow, luckily, it has not been rebarred
Oh, good.
in the previous day, and you enter into an empty kitchen. You quickly check and you see that the wooden bar is still underneath the cabinet where it was placed the night before.
Good.
Okay, you've entered the kitchen. The kitchen appears to be deserted, and you can't hear any voices or movement coming from the lounge outside and down the end of the hallway. Where would you like to go from here? You could try to get into the basement, or apparently there is a third level somewhere in this building. Would you like to get upstairs and try
I
to
think
find
we
it?
should. Yeah. I say we should go to that preparation room and see if there's any of those robes left.
Yeah.
Yes, good idea. Okay, is everyone in agreement with that plan to get upstairs to the preparation room?
Yep.
Vera looks around, and as you step out into the hallway, she withdraws from her jacket a camera and begins taking photos of everything, muttering under her breath. Well, I'm never... Something's definitely going on here.
Okay, I've got a question about her.
Yep.
What's the size of her bust?
I don't know. Let's see. We'll go 12D off the top of my head.
Okay, only reason I'm asking because they don't allow women. If we disguise her, there might be something
Yes.
giving her off,
Point.
and I was going to see, like, depending on the size, if we could tape them.
Maybe. We shall see when you get upstairs. You begin to lead you all begin to lead Vera down the hallway through the empty lounge. You quickly look at the bar as you pass and find no one within, and move through the dining room towards the stairs leading up to the second floor. I'd like everyone to make stealth checks, please.
Can I push that?
Yes.
8.
Oh, wow, good one. That is a 16. Yes, 16.
That's a fail.
Fail. That's okay. It's still one fail. It's a group roll. Pass. Yep, that's definitely going to be a passed group roll. Make your way upstairs. As you pass through the dining room, you can't help but notice that all of the plates, pieces of cutlery and crockery are still arranged on the tables after last night's formal dinner. It appears that the servants were also sent home and nobody has had the time to remove them. Indeed, at the head table, the small silver stew bowl containing cold stew and the human femur poking out of it is still there. You see Vera's lips curl as she pulls out her camera, quickly sneaks over to it and begins to take a photograph. Do you wish to stop her, or are you going to let her?
Yes, we'll stop her.
She turns to you and she says, "Wow, it's a bone in a plate of stew. I've got to take photos of all this stuff so we can put it in the story."
My dear, I don't think that... Sorry. I don't think you realize that this is a dark area. No one's meant to be here, and your flash might alert someone.
Make an intimidate check.
Yeah, that was what I said
please.
earlier about cameras not being too stealthy back then.
Can I push that?
Yes.
Okay, that is a 6. So that is an extreme pass.
She looks at you and she looks at you and she places her hands on her hips. She looks at you, places her hands on her hips, and says, "Well, fine." And then she starts to pout.
Ooh.
Yes, quite
Climb up.
intimidated.
Brr.
You climb up the stairs to the second floor and you reach the landing. And to the right, there is the archway that leads out into the meeting room. You stop in front of it and you quickly peek out into the meeting room, and you see a couple of white-robed members seated in rows talking amongst one another. If you are to sneak past, and get to the preparation room, you'll need checks. Anyone who'd like to eavesdrop on you need stealth checks. Sneak past them. Anyone who'd like to eavesdrop on their conversation may attempt a listen check.
I'll try one of them, since I think I have listen on that. Alright.
And I think, well, that's if our dear professor wants to use his stealth machine to get some of the ropes for us.
Yes, he may do that. There's a chance that the hall is abandoned, so there is a reasonable chance that they may hear you walking past. It's okay. Waldo and Keith want to do listen checks, so go ahead.
Yeah, I failed mine.
Okay, we'll see if Waldo can pass his.
I think he passed his. He rolled a 25.
Yeah, he did actually. Waldo passed his. So Waldo stops and places his ear up against the corner of the arch. And Waldo, you hear the two members discussing something. One of them says, look, last thing we need is word getting out of what happened here last night. You remember those journalists descending on this place a few weeks ago? Oh, yeah, I certainly do. Telling us that secret goings-on the third floor in the basement. The other guy says, basement. Yeah, I didn't even know this place had a basement. The third floor, though, well, didn't you hear? I asked I asked the noble philosopher about that once. Yeah, I asked Max. And what did he say? Same thing I expect he told you. Third floor's not moment. And until the lodge grows and gets more members, there ain't no reason to go up there. The other master shrugs and he says, sounds fair enough to me. Aldo Dinzo turns around and he whispers, informing you that even the master rank people are told that they're aware of the existence of a third floor, but are told that it is still under construction and not to be used until the order grows, and as such, they have no reason to go up there.
Not very keen on order, are they?
Okay, how would we like to get to the preparation room? You don't all have to make it. One of you could just sneak across, grab the robes, and come back out.
Okay.
It's all up to you, Professor, if you want to use your device.
Would you like to use your device for this? It's not far, everyone. It's only about 20 feet away, but you have to cross over a wide open archway into the meeting hall where you may be heard or seen to get to it.
Okay. Yes, I will use my stealth device for this operation.
No, you can't shorten the distance with your tripod. It's okay.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Wilbur, describe how your stealth device works. There's no need, M1. You can save the tripod for a more useful situation.
You see me do a little bit of preparation, and then I hold up this thing. So when I pull the it's basically it looks like a rigged up umbrella, and when I pull it, a basically like a ring of muslin comes down around me, so it looks like a tube around me. However, it's painted very carefully with a sort of a neutral color that kind of works the same way as like ship camouflage works. It's sort of that neutral color that kind of looks like hard to see if you're looking from a distance, and I just basically run across while using that.
Yep. Okay, so while it's activated, you sprint across the hall and into the preparation room. You make your way over to the cabinet where bundles of cleanly washed robes are laid out. And bundle up 6 white robes, fold them over your hand, and then before the device's effect expires, exit out of the preparation room and make your way back to the stair landing. You blink back into view the moment you reach the rest of your group, and you hand out 1 white robe to each of them. I would like you to make a luck check, please.
What?
No, just Wilbur.
Okay.
Yeah, nah.
You grab you grab the robes and quickly put them on, and in some cases they're a little bit too tight, in other cases they're a little bit too loose, but they fit you well enough.
All right.
Except
You might want to give the loose one to there.
Vera.
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to say, as you turn and look at Vera, you see that she is wearing perhaps one of the looser robes. However, you could still just make out the bulge of her breasts underneath.
Mm.
I'm just also imagining, like, remember that scene in Pink Panther, Dale, where like the Steve Martin one where they're flipping across the
Yes. Yeah.
God, that movie
She sees you
sucked.
staring at it. She sees your eyes on her chest and she frowns and she says, "Well, that's unprofessional."
Well, my dear, I'm only looking because they said there's no ladies around here. Have to try to think of what to do to conceal your jubblies.
She looks at you and she blushes, and then she takes a deep breath and tries to suck them in, but it's not enough. And she looks at you and she says, "Well, what exactly are you implying? What are you suggesting?"
Perhaps I could invent something.
Yes, the hand.
Actually, couldn't you just like wrap them?
Yeah, that's what I was trying. Like if we could all go in there, like maybe some duct tape or something, tape them down.
I think they had tape in the
Duct tape for wrapping is not ideal.
I think she could just cross her arms and conceal them.
That
Her
would
eyes-
Can you imagine having layers of duct tape ripped off your nipples?
Yeah.
Her eyes widen as you explain this plan, and then she folds her arms in front of her chest, and she says, "Well, you are not going to sit there wrapping my chest in duct tape."
Why don't you just a bandage then instead?
Someone is going to have to persuade her. He's not looking particularly happy
I'm
about
like
this,
the least persuasive person here.
right?
Well, my dear, the more concealed we can be, the more chances we are of being able to get your story in the long run.
And you are clearly a woman of many hidden talents.
Make
Can we
a
not
persuade
sexually harass our employer, please.
make a persuade check, please, Edward.
Technically, she's not employing us; she's just soliciting us.
Oh,
Yes.
that's even worse.
Oh, that's a
Ooh.
hard.
Client then.
That's a hard.
Oh,
She pouts once
why are you
again.
talking to her and getting a hard? Come on, professional.
Well,
She
you know what they
pouts.
say.
She pouts once again and she says, "Well, fine, but I want the gentleman to do it." She looks at Edward. What do you
Well-
say, Edward?
I will make sure the captain is far, far away from you during this process.
The
Yeah,
two of you walk
says
to the
Mister.
preparation.
I want a private boat tour.
Could have just let her do it herself.
You lead her to the preparation room. She looks at you each in turn and then opens the door and shuts it behind you. Edward stands in front of it, his arms crossed, and he just waits. Inside, you hear her groaning and breathing and huffing and puffing as she sets to work, followed by the click and whir of a camera several times.
Oh my god.
Well, while this is happening, I'm just like absentmindedly like jotting down a blueprint for an instant chest wrapper.
I would like Keith to please make a luck check with advantage.
Okay.
I'm just happy it's not me this week.
8.
Oh, nice.
Good. A few minutes later, there's a knock on the preparation room door, and you step aside, and Vera comes out again. Her chest now much flatter. Aside from her short stature and her general body shape, she could pass for a man at a distance. You just hope that nobody comes close enough to see her face.
Very good.
Where would you like to go now? You can head to the basement.
Is she wearing a hat or?
She's not, but her red hair is visible. Her red hair is just visible under the hood, and anyone who looks close enough will recognize that that's a female face.
Okay.
So you can head down into the basement, or while you're here, you can search the meeting room and the library and see if you can find the entrance to this third floor that supposedly exists.
Alright, Gain, it's time we split up.
Let's split up and search for clues.
You sure?
Let's reconvene at the back door in 10 minutes.
I feel like this is a terrible idea.
I think we should move to the library first.
All right.
Welcome my language there, Captain.
Yep, you're going to search for the third floor. Okay. You look at each other, silently agreeing on your plan, and then you step into the meeting room. The moment you do, one of the two masters stands up and looks at you, and he says, looks like we're not alone tonight after all. The other master frowns, and he says, I weren't told anyone else would be coming here tonight.
Here's Persuade or Fast Talk.
Wait, who are they actually looking at?
Us.
They're just looking at you in general. You're in the entrance of the room. They're not close enough to see anyone's face.
Okay.
Yes,
well, they didn't exactly feel inclined to tell us that we'd be working either, so.
Make a persuade check, please.
17.
Oh, damn.
The master shrugs and he says, well, right then. That'd be just like Max. I swear, he's got that mustache and acts like he was in the military, but he's so disorganized. His companion nods in agreement. He says, well, tell you what, we'll hang out in the bar downstairs. Keep an eye on the front entrance in case anyone turns up. You guys have got upstairs. Oh, and by the way, Max said he wants all the books in the library cataloged by tomorrow morning. So please, when you have a spare moment, they both nod to you and begin walking towards you, passing you as they leave the room. Do you all hide?
I just nonchalantly stand in front of
Yeah, Vera. Meanwhile, I would like Keith to please make a luck check.
No, failed.
Fail. As they walk past you, one of the masters looks, and at first he sees nothing, but then he frowns and he stops. He begins scratching his chin and he says, Hey, I haven't seen you guys around here before. His companion stops and he takes a look and he says, Yeah, you're right. You're right, Ed. These people.
Sorry, go on.
He says, I ain't seen these guys around before. He says, was going to ask if you're new, but you're wearing master robes. One of the masters folds his arms and he says, okay, you want to explain what's going on, or should I call Max?
Yeah, we're from one of the new chapters. We got called
Make
in
a fast talk check, please.
Shut up. Why don't I have fast talk?
You're always the first to talk. So.
Okay, everyone just virtually blow my dice. Okay, and that surprising enough, that actually worked. That's an 8.
Oh. The one named Ed immediately sighs with understanding, and he says, "Oh yeah, right. They got that. That spin-off branch opening up in New York. Yeah, about that." His companion says, "Oh yeah, that's right. Well, hope you like the original lodge. It's probably not as fancy as what you got up there in the Big Apple, but we do what we can." They both smile at you, and then they bid you farewell and head downstairs.
Woo! My God!
Okay, everyone, make spot hidden checks, please.
Okay, that is...
That'll be yes for me.
Parts from Moldo.
can I push that?
It's a group roll, but if you want to push it, you can push it.
If it helps, is I've got an extreme on mine.
Yeah, all right, that'll cover one pass for someone.
That's a hard pass for me.
Okay,
Right, that's the group pass. Look around the meeting room. You've never had a good chance to look at it before because you're usually in here for initiations, or usually there's other members in a meeting. And you take a good look around. The seats, there's nothing unusual there, but for the first time, you get to have a good look at the noble philosopher's lectern. And made out of stone, it appears relatively normal from the front, but on the back, you notice a strange carving, a carving of what looks like an octopus or squid is etched into the stone. You look closer and you see that the octopus is engraved into the stone, except it's no octopus. It has more than 8 legs. It seems to have numerous tentacles, and you notice at the bottom there is a carving of what appears to be a human being, although he is minuscule in comparison to this gigantic sea creature.
So some kind of hydra.
The creature's head appears to have a small joint at the bottom of it, indicating that you can pull it out.
Who wants to volunteer?
I was going to say, can I do a check to see if, like, because I've got a cult, would I recognize this from any of my studies, or?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I push?
Yes.
I'm going to. Can I spend 6 luck to?
Yes.
Cool.
You quickly carefully examine it while everyone else is debating who's going to remove the head, and you can't see any historic significance to it, though it does appear to be incredibly old, easily much older than anything else in the lodge, and the workmanship is exquisite, clearly crafted by a masterful hand. You notice a small carving under the top lip of the lectern that you didn't notice before. It's in Arabic. Make an Arabic check, please, Smithy.
Nope.
Unable to translate the phrase due to the wear of ages and how crudely it is carved into the rock. We're only able to make out one word: Cthulhu.
Oh shit.
Who's going to remove the head?
Not it.
Yeah, I will.
All right. You reach forward and you grab the head and you pull it. There's a click, but nothing else happens. And you discover a secret compartment inside the lectern. There is nothing in there save for an iron ring with several keys on it.
Oh, okay, very well. All that hubbubaloo for nothing. I take the ring. I take the set.
Now that you are here behind the lectern...
Oh, actually, first,
Yep.
I want to put the put it back so it looks like
The
I touched
back?
it.
Very well. Make a luck check, please, as you place it back where it...
That is a 40. That's a pass.
Yep. Place the head back into the secret compartment. You all gather around the lectern, wondering what to do next and feeling slightly unsettled by the strange carving. Then you remember the floor-to-ceiling scarlet curtain behind the lectern. You've never had a chance to see if there is indeed anything behind it. Would you like to try and pull it aside or try to get underneath?
Okay, we were originally going to go to the library, but so many more things.
Well, you know from experience that the library contains mainly mundane books. There aren't any Cthulhu tomes or anything in there.
It could
You've
have...
researched in that library several times.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we'll do the, thing. Thing that just said.
And you think, and it does occur to you that that is strange, considering the stated order of considering the stated purpose of the order, that their library, which is comprehensive, doesn't contain any volumes of actual supernatural value. But you step forward and you grab the red curtain and you lift it up. And to your surprise, on the other side, there is a narrow, barren hallway, and at the end of it, a wooden staircase leading up. A so-called hidden entrance to the third floor.
Well, after you, Captain.
Yep.
Does anyone
You do
not
have the
want to...
keys.
Yep, very well.
Gentlemen, don't you know it's ladies first?
There are
Vera,
no ladies here.
Beauty before
Vera
beast.
steps forward, and as she makes her way down the hallway, she begins snapping photos of random pieces of artwork and random markings on the walls. They do not have any significance. Make your way up to the secret third floor. Its entrance hidden behind the drape. Even though the existence of this floor here and this staircase here is obvious to anyone who thinks about it, you're aware that the majority of the members of the Order do not know that it is here. Climb the stairs, and after a short walk, find yourselves at the foot of a long wooden hallway. There are two doors on each side, left and right, that lead off into other rooms. And at the very end, there is a big grey door, seemingly made of solid stone. The doors on the right have placards with the letters KOTSG and are marked 1 and 2. The doors on the left have placards with the letters reading SOYS and KOTOV. The stone door at the end of the hallway has the letter W carved into it. I'll bring up a map so that you may see. Because I feel that might help to have a map. Where are we? Just got to get to the correct page. Got to open up a PDF, which I'm not using, but figure you might like to have a map. Let's see. Order, 3rd floor. There we go. Print screen. I'll bring it up. So I was reading that out, and I wasn't thinking you'd need a map before, but then reading it out, I realized, yeah, probably need a map. So let's see. Copy, paste. Go. Save. Map. Here we go. I'm bringing it up. Give it a sec to load. Map. There we go. So you are at the head of the staircase. As you can see, the doors on the right marked KOSG 1 and 2. You have the ones on the left marked SOYS and KOTOV, and the one at the end marked W.
And the W one was the stone one.
Yes, directly ahead of you.
Well, Captain, you do have the keys, so.
Yes. Do a room at a time.
Right, which one would you like to start with?
Well, we're in front of KOTSG 1.
Very well. You insert the key into the lock and turn it. It unlocks. You enter the room. It appears to be some sort of initiation room. Like the one downstairs, there are a couple rows of seats and a stone lectern. As you enter, a carving on the wall behind you reveals what the letters stand for. Rank 4, Keeper of the Silver Gate.
The
room is...
I look back at Vera and just saying, I think it's safe to take photos now.
She's already raising her camera to her eye and looking. This room is panelled, carpeted, and the ceilings are plain, painted wood. Light comes from electric sconces on the walls. Wooden chairs line the walls, and in this room, behind the lectern, there is a large black drape. In the bottom right-hand corner of the room, there is a pulley to move the drape aside. There does not appear to be anything else of note in the room.
Okay, so I guess we move to the next one.
Well, before we do, can I go and check the... You said there was another pedestal thing?
Yep, another lectern.
Lectern?
Yep,
let me go and have a look at that and see if it's got that same marking as the other one.
Make a spot hidden check, please.
That is a hard pass.
This lectern doesn't appear to have any strange markings on it. It's solid stone, and there are no secret compartments either. The only thing of note appears to be a pulley of golden rope hanging down beside it, ostensibly to move apart the black drape that covers the wall behind you. What do you do?
I am going to have a look at the pulley and...
Yep. You're going to pull it?
Yep.
You yank the rope and the black drape immediately begins to slide open, revealing what is on the other side. You see a large mural that is painted over the wall and a stone doorway which appears to lead into the adjacent room. The mural is of night on a barren, dead landscape. The doorway is framed in silver, and with the way the mural is painted, it seems to be a magical portal leading out of the barren waste. All of you who gaze upon the mural find it disturbing, but not outwardly terrifying. No sand check required.
Oh, thank
Oh,
goodness.
neat.
Wish to head through the doorway into KOTSG2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Passing through into the adjacent room, you find it to be similar to the first one, except that the altar in here is pentagonal shaped in cross-section rather than simply being a stone block. Once again, behind the altar is another wall of black drape with a similar pulley next to the altar to move it aside.
Well, do we check behind this curtain as well?
I think so.
And behind curtain number 2.
Right? You grab the rope and yank it down. Drape shifts out of the way, and the mural behind here is different. This one shows an apparently normal landscape with hills, valleys, trees, a small stream, etc. A silhouetted human figure in the foreground faces away from you. Something about the mural is profoundly alien. Looking at it agitates you. Sand checks for everyone, please.
God.
That's a pass.
Oh, yes, that's a pass. I actually passed one.
Yay!
Right. If you passed, it is 1 sand loss. If you failed, it is a 1d3.
Okay, I failed.
You feel an unexplainable, almost primordial sense of dread set in. Vera raises her camera and silently snaps pictures of the mural. This appears to be all that is of note in this room. Where would you like to go now?
I think let's go to Soys.
Soys, S-O-Y-S. You head back out into the hallway, up to the wooden door labelled SOYS. You insert the key in the lock and turn it. There's a click. You push your way in. I'd like each of you to make power checks, please.
Oh, okay.
Nuts.
That is a... that's a normal.
Normal.
That's a fail.
33.
I believe that's a pass for you.
Yep.
Okay. Let me roll for Disno.
Can these be pushed?
These can be pushed. Oh, that's 1d20. Fail for Disno.
There we go, that's a pass.
Okay, so only Disno failed. Just getting M1 to come, so I'm just letting him know that he's in danger now.
I mean, oh no.
Okay. Okay. As you enter, you feel a strange feeling cross over you, almost as if you're being watched by something invisible, but you quickly brush it away. Vera looks at you, her lip curled in a strange, concerned look, but then she pulls out her camera and continues taking photos. Waldo Disno follows behind you.
How dark is the...
You can see inside it.
Okay, cool.
Looking considerably disturbed. Okay. You enter this room, and on the wall behind you, you see a label reading Rank 5, Son of Yog Sothoth. There is no altar in this room. The floor is carpeted, the walls are panelled, and the drapes are scarlet. The only thing of note is the large scarlet drape along the left wall, once again with a pulley in the corner of the room to move it aside. There is no altar and, strangely, no seats anywhere in the room. It's a big open square room with seemingly nothing in it.
Well, I do see that there's 2 curtains.
Oh yes, there is. One on the left and one on the right. You may...
I would like to... Wait, no, on the left.
All right. Left. Walk up to the rope dangling on the left, and you pull it. And the drape on the left swings aside, revealing on the other side a plain wooden door, a plain wooden wall. Set into it is a doorway leading into the adjacent room. A placard reads library.
Ooh.
I'd like to go inside there.
All right. Once again, Vera's taking photos. I think Wilbur's excited to head into the library.
Well, Edward is.
You push your way into the library. It is dimly lit by an electric lamp burning away on a stone table in one of the corners. This library is nowhere near as lavish or well-stocked as the public one downstairs that you have been in several times during your time with the Order. In fact, there is only one large wooden bookshelf against the back wall. Most of the books appear to be on various supernatural topics, although a couple of them have no titles on the spine. Welcome back, M1. Shit's about to hit the fan. Just try to stay with us as long as you can.
I'd like to with Edward's help peruse through the books.
It's library.
Yep. All right. I would like Edward to please make a library use check with advantage, please, as Christopher is helping.
Oh my god!
Ooh, did you pass either of those?
Yes, they're both passes.
Oh, good.
Okay, good.
I have
All
a high
right.
library use.
Wilbur, do you wish to do anything in here?
No, I'm up for the moment.
Yep. Okay, so Christopher and Edward step forwards, and Edward, you begin to catalogue all of the books, and most of them appear to be anthropological and occult texts. None of them appear to have any actual real supernatural knowledge contained in their pages, and it seems to be more of the same of the books downstairs. However, there are 3 of them that have titles that speak out to you. One is called Entering the Silver Gate. The second is called Catechisms of the Knights of the Outer Void. And the third one is called Holy Mysteries of the Great Return. These ones appear based on the ancient-looking text inscribed within them and the ornate symbols on the covers and spines. These appear to be real occult tomes and may be worth studying when you are in a safe place.
I suggest we take all 3 books with us and we safely on my boat.
Oh, I agree, especially with the boat.
Very well. So you take all 3. Does anyone want to claim dibs to any particular one?
I want to take dibs on that this silver one.
Still entering the Silver Gate. Okay.
Yes.
Wilbur, do any of these 3 books interest you?
What were the titles again?
So we've got Entering the Silver Gate, Catechisms of the Knights of the Outer Void, and Whole Mysteries of the Great Return.
I'll take mysteries.
All right, leaving Catechisms of the Knights to be dealt with later.
Yeah, I can take that.
You leave the library back into the main initiation room. It is still completely bare, save for the red drape on the other side. Do you leave the room or do you open this drape?
I say let's.
Any objections from anyone?
Nope.
As you're about to leave, you notice Vera move towards the pulley, her camera held up against her face, and she says, "You can't walk. Aren't we have to get pictures of whatever's underneath here?"
Yeah, I immediately just stop her and just yank her out of the room. So there's no time.
You grab her and she reaches out and she looks at Waldo Disno as you pull her out of the room and says, "Surely you understand, Mr. Disno?"
We need to go.
Yes.
So let's.
She
Yeah,
pouts.
we're dealing with potentially immortal murderers, so the less time we're here, the better.
She pouts.
Is there any chance for us to leave her behind?
No.
Oh.
She's your employer.
Wow.
She pouts as Disno tells her it's time to get going. And M1, you're coming in really clear.
Yeah.
And you exit back out into the hallway with her still pouting. There are 2 rooms left. The one marked W and the one marked Kotov.
Yeah, let's go to Kotov. W for last something.
Well, it's the only
Yep.
different one, so.
You move up to the last door on the left. You insert the key and unlock it. You step inside and you see engraved on the wall opposite you a phrase: "Rank 6, Keeper of the Silver Gate." This room, Keeper of the Outer Void. This room has a bare wood floor, stark white walls, a black ceiling, and is lit by bare electric bulbs in wall sconces. The altar, metal cylinder 2.5 feet high. When the white linen curtain blows as if in an invisible wind in front of you, you feel a tiny spasm once again that you are being watched, but it passes within a second. Is there anything you wish to do in here?
Is the we've already looked at the altar.
You haven't looked at it in detail. You've just had a brief look at it.
Okay, yeah, I would like to, because this is a level 6, so I'd like to
Yeah,
have
I
a
was
look at the
going to
altar.
say the same thing. The altar.
Yep. All right. I would like you to please make spot hidden checks.
That is a 5.
And that is a fail on my part.
Walk up to the altar, a large metallic cylinder, and it appears to be smooth with no markings, but then you run your hand across it and you find a little indentation on the top which you can lift up. You lift it up and inside there is a paper scroll. You would like to read it.
I will paper scroll.
You unravel the scroll and it reads, I'll bring it up in the chat actually, because we have it here. It reads, "Therefore, retaliation is now our sacred duty, to prove our purity of purpose, to make manifest the will of our dreaming lords, to pick up the sacred obligation of the flesh without limit, and demonstrate the might and bite of those who have begun to stir. Shall we wait as if paralyzed when blood frenzy is the pleasure of those whose reigns shall be without end or limit?"
Huh.
So Wilbur, Waldo, and Christopher, you have Cthulhu Mythos skill. You immediately recognize this passage as describing a slumbering great old one.
Oh, wonderful.
You were not sure which one.
Yeah, I have Cthulhu Mythos as well.
Yeah, I know, I told you, you realized it.
Oh yeah, that's right, I'm Christopher, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's a safe assumption that it's Cthulhu since we've all seen a picture of him earlier.
It would
Yes.
buy 5.
Yeah,
Cthulhu Mythos.
yeah, well,
Oh yeah, you recognize it too, yes.
well, Keith, in this you really can't be too sure.
Yeah.
In
Lots of things it
the
could
in the
be.
Gangsters and Ghoulies campaign, we first encountered nyarlathotep.
Nyarlathotep and Azathoth.
it was Azathoth who ended up baddie.
Oh, okay.
You notice Vera once again making her way towards the rope pulley.
Just stop. Just
I
stare.
just walked to the door.
You're all walking.
Yeah, it's like she took a picture of the first room. That's enough, and
Yep.
who knows what's gonna be in a level 6 mirror.
Waldo Disno, make a strength check, please.
Ooh. I think
71. Would you like to push that? Yeah, go ahead, push it if you like.
That would be awesome. So what am I actually trying to use my strength?
You're gonna grab her by the arm and just pull her out of the room.
Oh, okay. Can I just hook her with my tripod? Oh shit! And so
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, that would be awesome.
yeah.
My multi-tool.
Just do your
Alright.
strength check first.
Oh god, no.
You go to grab her and she pushes you away and she says, I have to get this on film. And then she yanks the pulley, opening the drape. You all get a look at the mural underneath. This drape,
Yes. Or not.
behind this drape is perhaps the most horrible mural in the building.
There you go.
It depicts a hill under a clear night sky with a full moon. At the top of the hill is a circle of stones, and in the center of the circle is a human figure in garish robes dancing madly. Moving into the sky from that point, like a cloud of smoke, is a gigantic mass of slimy, iridescent spheres. Covering the hill outside the circle of stones are thousands of partly decayed, still living humanoid creatures. You can almost hear them cry with ghoulish glee. This mural has a photographic realism, and it produces in you a sense of utter horror and profound loss. Send checks for everyone, please.
Doesn't seem to.
that is a
could be now.
28, so that pass.
Oh, that's a pass.
Oh, that's a fail for me.
Okay, it's a pass.
Yep, that's
Well,
definitely the same.
That's a pass anyway. If it's a one, yeah, it's a pass anyway. Okay.
Whoops.
If you pass, you lose 1 sand point.
Oh
If
yeah.
you failed, you lose 1d10.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh Tom, no.
Oh,
No.
Beside you, Vera gasps, and then she shakes her head, pulls out her camera, and begins taking photos, the camera clicking and whirring. I would like Wilbur to please make an intelligence check.
That's a fail.
Oh, thank God.
Fail. Okay. You do admit that the mural is disturbing, but you're able to maintain control of your
I
wits.
think I lost more sand from this than like
And gazing at Sothogyor, I know.
Yeah.
yeah, like some like cultists shitty art project.
Well, the mural is visible now, so would Waldo Dinzo like to capture it on film?
I think it'll be a perfect time.
Roll a cinema check, please.
Yeah, and we'll just make everyone else who looks crazy.
Just for posterity. That's a pass. Waldo, you unsling your camera, quickly attach it to your tripod, and spend a few minutes slowly filming the mural, panning from side to side. When you're sure it's filmed, you unhook the camera from the tripod and sling it back over your shoulder. This leaves one room left in the building. W.
Yep. Onto W we go.
Walk towards W, and as you get closer, you see it glowing, a strange blue light in the dim hallway. You come up in front of it. You see, in addition to the In addition to, let me get that. I was going to save something so I can add it to the chat. In addition to the letter W engraved into the door, a strange glowing blue symbol begins to materialize on the stone, only becoming visible as you draw closer. And this is what you see. Oh, actually, that didn't load. For fuck's sake.
It's a GIF.
The GIF. Let me get another one.
GIF and GIFpeg.
This'll do. I've got one now. Alright, here we go. You see this materialize onto this stone, glowing.
Oh.
I would Waldo Dinzo, Christopher, Wilbur, and Edward. Please make all of those checks.
Okay, that is
Was
a
that sanity checks, did you say?
Cthulhu Mythos.
Mythos check.
And that's a 10, so that's a pass for me.
A fail for me.
50, I think that's a fail.
Yep, that's okay.
It's a pass for me.
Christopher and Wilbur, you recognize this symbol. It is what they call an elder sign, intended to ward away evil.
Fundibar.
Out and push open the door.
Yep.
Inside, you see carved into the door, on the inside of the door frame, the word wizard. This room is restricted specifically to John Scott. The door bears an elder sign inset in gold on the inside, also glowing blue. Inside, the most remarkable feature of the room is its lack of sharp corners. All the corners of the room are rounded and smoothed out with plaster. The bare wood. Yep.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. The bare wood floor bears the smudges of many chalk signs that have been drawn and erased. And yet, there is nothing in this room.
Pet doggies.
Did you say that there was an elder sign just hanging on the inside of the door, or was it like attached? Like
Side and one set in the inlay of the door on the inside, and the room has no sharpened edges. Everything is rounded off for some reason.
Hey?
Page in my book. In fact, you may make Cthulhu Mythos checks.
Oh, good. Oh, crap.
No,
nope.
That's a pass for me.
The rounded edges tell you that this room is designed to be a safe haven from something that can access other parts of the lodge.
Oh, good.
I know. God damn it.
Yeah, Tom knows what it is out of character.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Something to do
What
with
would you like to?
something to do
what would
with the
you-
dog, I'm guessing.
What would you like to do? Yep, nothing else. You seem to have searched the third floor. You got some books, but aside from that, it seems to be pretty bare. Just the same, Vera is busy taking pictures of the elder sign and the rounded walls. There's more than enough evidence in this floor that bad shit is happening here.
Ah.
There may not be anything to take, but
So did we get told that this was a safe room?
Yes.
yes.
Whilst we're in here, can I pull out the book and just have a quick glance at it?
You're going to need weeks to fully
Okay,
decode it.
that's
It's going to be a
fair enough.
downtime thing.
Yep.
Um,
all good.
Now, I did see on that map there were 2 sets of stairs. Was another set leading up?
No. That's just it goes down. It's 2 different flights. One goes down, and then you turn around, go on the other, and head back down.
Okay.
So you may check out the basement. However, with all the pictures Vera has taken here and all of the things you've read and observed, you have more than enough evidence to know that this order is not as it seems. So it's entirely up to you.
Has there anyone got anything that we can do Operation Fire?
I do.
Nope.
I've got my.
It's the flamethrower.
He does have the
you
flame.
do
I
too.
do have a flamethrower, yes, but I don't know. I feel burning this place down may not necessarily be the best idea right now.
You could have a look in the basement and see if you find anything in there
that's
that
true.
can help you make your final decision.
Okay,
Right.
I think
Begin.
because we've got enough evidence, we should send Vera out. And go tell her to wait on the boat.
Very well. Yep.
I
So
don't think
escort
so.
her out first, and then go back in and check.
Do you want me?
You'll have to convince her, but that can be
Do you
done.
want me to guard
You-
her rather than leave her out to the wolves by herself?
Well, I have got crew on the boat, so I could take care of her.
Okie dokie.
Okay, all right. Begin to make your way out of the strange rounded room, making your way back down the hallway towards the flight of stairs. I'd like all of you to make spot hidden checks, please.
8. That
that
is. Can I push
Pass
that?
for me.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Pass for me.
Pass. 2 fails.
Nope.
A 20
can
and a
put it in
30
what
is
you
not
wish.
right.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So,
What's the actual?
yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that is a pass. That's a 33.
the 40.
Okay. Okay, so is that a pass or a fail for you, Keith?
I got no clue.
I think your spot hidden is. Let me see. I think your spot hidden is that's a fail for you. Okay, so that is a group fail altogether.
Oh,
As you make your way down the hallway, you do not notice a tiny wisp of smoke beginning to emerge from the sharp 90-degree corner of one of the door frames of the adjoining rooms. And you do not notice the wisp of smoke until it has grown larger, and then a metallic clash and the sound of breaking glass shatters your ears as an unknowable creature leaps out of the doorway at you. You get only one brief look at it. It does not look like any living creature you have seen. It appears to be some form of alien terror, consisting of razor-sharp teeth and claws, burning eyes, and pulsated blue-tinged skin, vaguely in the shape of a four-legged animal, but comprised almost entirely of sharp, geometric angles. Because you didn't see it coming, it gets to go first. It leaps out, and the person who it goes after first is Waldo Dinzo, who failed his power check before.
oh no! Oh, that's right. Yeah, he did too.
Waldo Dinzo, please make a fighting brawl or dodge check, whichever one you like.
Oh shit! Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna roll for my. Actually, I can't pull up my screen. Can you just tell me which one's higher?
Let me see.
Thanks,
So
Dan.
it's gonna be your dodge, which is 40.
All right, I'm gonna go for a dodge. No creepy crawlies coming behind me. And can I push it?
I don't think you can.
No, because it's a combat roll. We'll see what happens.
Well,
Right.
shit.
Oh,
Save my tripod, guys.
Okay. You raise your tripod and you raise it as if to kick back before the horrible geometric creature seems to blink forward. It sticks out a long tongue and lashes claws, striking at Waldo Disno. Waldo Disno takes. Bonus? What is it? Okay, so that's
the words bonus doesn't ring very well.
3d6.
Oh no!
14 points of damage, which I believe kills Waldo, instantly tearing him to shreds, reducing Waldo's body into a shower of blood, gore, and pieces of flesh. I would like the rest of you to make sand checks, please.
That is a pass for me. 31.
Yep.
That's a pass for me.
That's a hard pass for me.
Ooh, yes, and Smithy. Okay. If you passed, you lose 1d3, and if you failed, you will lose 1d10.
Right, 3 for me.
Yep. His tripod with the rifle still attached in its leg clatters harmlessly to the ground, covered in blood. Ooh, Smithy, make an intelligence check, please.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Oh no!
Okay. First of all, as Waldo Dinzo is torn to shreds, Vera opens her mouth in a blood-curdling scream and then sinks to the floor unconscious in a dead faint. Edward follows up her scream as soon as it ends with one of his own, grabbing and rushing towards the terrifying creature. Make a fighting brawl check, please.
God damn it!
Oh, that is just a pass.
Just a pass, okay.
Still good roll.
Close.
The creature lashes out at you, but you dodge out of the way and bring your saber down upon it. You hear the sound of shattering glass as bits of its body literally disintegrate away. Roll your damage, please. Four. Do you have a damage? Do you have a...
No damage bonus.
Oh, 4 is fine. Okay. As you draw your sword away, one of the random geometric shards lashes out and slashes your arm, dealing to you 3 points of damage. You begin bleeding profusely. Okay. Wilbur, it is your turn.
All right. I would like to. I'll load an acid round for the moment, and I'll see what effect this has on it. I'll take a.
All right. Make a firearms check, please.
Oh, that's a miss.
You fire an acid round. The creature blinks and then appears about half a meter away as the acid round slams into the wall and begins melting the wallpaper. Okay, Christopher.
Not
it's
the
your
artwork.
turn.
I would like to cast.
Ooh, good choice. Okay, spend your 2 magic points. There is no sanity cost. As you raise your hands towards the creature, and a cloud of impenetrable mist begins to fill the hallway. It's hard for either of you to see, but it should be enough cover to run away. Okay, it is Keith's turn. What would you like to do?
Up the girl, run!
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay, I would like you to make a strength check, please.
Okay. Hang on. I can't push that, can I?
No, you can't.
Crap, 44.
That's okay. You're able to lift her up and sling her over your shoulder, but you worn down by her weight, and so you're going to suffer a penalty in a moment. Okay,
Yeah, by her,
everyone.
yeah, I'll get a slap from her telling her that she's heavy.
I would like everyone except for Keith to make a dex check, please.
That's a critical pass from me.
Hang on, which one's mine? Is mine the first one or the second one?
Yours is the second one.
Yours is yeah.
Oh, okay, because on my one I went first. So.
Well,
Yep,
on
that's
mine, I've
okay.
got-
That is a pass for me. That's a
I
56.
failed
Right.
then.
That's a fail, no pushing. Okay, now I would like Keith to please make a dex check with disadvantage, which is you roll 2, take whatever's highest.
Yep. All right. 65.
65. That's going to be, I believe, just a pass for you.
Ooh,
Oh,
Okay, so you've somehow passed. Okay, I would like Edward to make either a fighting brawl or a dodge check, please.
Maybe that's right, because you're still insane and countering it.
Nope.
Nope. All right, here we go. It's going to roll with disadvantage because of the mist.
Oh
Run.
my god, thank god.
You hear the creaking of breaking glass as something lashes out towards you, and you duck and continue running through the mist. Just as you reach the landing to the stairs, you feel something punch into your back. You look over your shoulder and you see a long, pointed blue tongue driving itself into your back. As soon as it buries its tip into your flesh, it lashes away and goes back into the mist. The hole, despite the peculiar wound, does not bleed. It is both bloodless and painless. However, you lose 12 points of power.
12 points of power.
Okay.
Yep.
I was going to say. Okay.
Oh, that's like
Make your way.
That's like the star vampires.
Yes. A little bit battered, you make your way downstairs and burst through the scarlet curtain back into the meeting room, bloodied and with Waldo gone, but you seem to be safe for now. The Hound of the Tinderlos will only go after a chosen target. It will only attack anyone who gets in the way. Provided you do not go back up there, you should be safe. Its target has already been killed.
Its target was Disno?
Because he failed his power.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, gee. So if he succeeded in his power, it wouldn't have arrived.
It will have, but then it would have had to choose a target at random.
Can I... Or, wait, so who's injured?
Me.
Yeah.
Alright, can I use, first aid kit on, I keep going to say Waldo, no, on,
Yep,
Edward.
that'll add 20% to your roll if you use the first aid kit.
Yep. That is a 3. Oh, no, sorry, not 3, that's a 4. So that's a, critical.
All right. Your major wound is fixed, and you gain 1d3 HP.
Oh,
Edward.
welcome in.
Yeah.
3. You're back at full health. Okay.
Oh, welcome.
You take stock of your situation as you finish bandaging Edward's wound. Waldo Disno is dead. You have been attacked by an otherworldly creature in the lodge. You have 3 books and plenty of pictures, and Vera currently lies unconscious, slung over Harvey's shoulder. What would you like to do now?
Get the fuck out of there.
Yep. So you
Yeah.
would like to... So fuck the basement, you're going to burn the lodge down?
Yeah, I think it's time we legged it.
Well, I don't even think we need it.
Yeah, one of us is already at disadvantage carrying Vera, so I think we should go while we've got what we need.
Yeah, no.
I would like you all to quickly make intelligence.
Wait. What are you saying, Tom?
Should probably burn the place down, considering we've left evidence in the form of one of our dismembered compatriots.
Yeah.
Although
Waldo's
he's pretty much paced now, so I don't think anybody will be.
He is.
Did anyone get the
He
camera?
is. Nope, no one picked up the tripod. It's still.
Yeah.
Crud.
Well, we still
All
have
right.
what
Although he
go
can
up-
steal that, so I don't think anyone would. Well, except for the servant.
You could go back upstairs to get his tripod.
Fuck that.
Yeah, nope. I've already had my brush in with it.
Yeah, we still have what Vera took.
Yeah, you do. So, what is your plan?
Operation Firestorm.
All right.
Once we're out of the building this time.
We know Wilbur has some. We know Wilbur has a flamethrower, but perhaps searching the building for any more flammables might be in order.
Yeah, search
The bar.
the kitchen and the bar.
To the bar.
Flaming spirits.
Yeah, that's right.
We want
'cause they
the
have
Aristotle
moonshine.
of the most
Mate,
ping
what's
pong
up?
tiddly in the whole nuclear sub.
Yeah, they have
That's a
moonshine.
good idea.
Accessible from the outside, like through a window.
No, unfortunately. You have to go through the first floor to get to it. You are still dressed as masters, however, keep in mind that you are covered in bits of blood and glass and carrying an unconscious woman around.
Well, oh yeah, and that's right.
we
Those
take.
hold on, those two that we ran into said they were going to the bar.
Yes.
I say we take the robe
How
off
about we just-
Vera.
How about we
You could
just
just
go
kill them.
retrieve? How about we just go retrieve the tripod and then get the fuck out?
I'm not going back upstairs. I've had my brushing.
Yeah, you could. If you retrieve the tripod, there would be no evidence aside from those two guys who briefly saw you, and their descriptions might not be 100% accurate. But to go upstairs and get the tripod, you stand a chance of being attacked once again by the Hound.
Yeah, I'm not going up. Fuck that.
All right, we just burn the place down.
Yep.
Alright.
Burn it down.
Yeah, I think we can assume the fire will get the tripod anyway. So
All right. So you make your way
Time
downstairs.
to make history repeat itself.
You make your way downstairs, still with the unconscious Vera.
Take the robe off Vera first.
Okay. You pull the robe off Vera, revealing underneath a slightly blood-stained red polka dot shirt. She's now quite clearly a woman.
Now, why are we taking the robe off her?
Yeah.
I have, in case we get caught, because we were somewhere where we weren't supposed to be.
Edward has his reasons. I think he just
Oh,
something
an
nice
alibi.
to look at. I think he wants something nice to look at in his last hours. Very well. So you're just gonna head downstairs, head into the bar, and confront the two men there.
Well, some of us go to the bar and some of us stay out just in case.
I'm
I feel like-
thinking.
There might be
I'm thinking.
other
Try and jump the two of them, and yeah.
There might be other flammables in
like,
the kitchen as well.
I've been working very hard to make my weapon both like flammable and sticky. So like, I feel like if I just shoot it around the main hallway for her, something's getting catch.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
What type of cooking stuff do they have in the kitchen? Was it just like fires or gas or?
It's stoves, but there is a chance you didn't have a good look when you were there, so you can't remember for sure. But they may be gas powered. There may be a gas bottle.
Oh, actually, yeah, because the bar and the kitchen are different areas. Let's all turn on the gas. And then when we're far enough, flamethrower.
You could also start a fire in another part of the first floor, enough to distract the guys from the bar, or at least turn the gas on and then get out of there.
Or some of us who have weapons could just knock the two guys out and
you could just jump them. That's an option.
Oh yeah, I did get my 32 back from last time I was here.
Yes, you've still got it, and you can fire it one-handed.
Yep. Well, or I could just sneak up behind one of them and brain them.
Yes, you could do that.
Yep. Who's with me?
I'm a bit more shock and awe.
Yeah, I think like set the fire, run out the door, and
if
turn the gas if it's gas.
If Harvey is dead set on this, I'm going to.
Actually, can I just see?
Well, each of us is carrying something that would hurt if hit with it. So
yeah. Can I use my mechanical repair to work out if this house has a gas line?
Yes. If it make a mechanical repair check, please.
Oh, can I push that?
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
The majority of the lamps and lights in the house are electric. However, you do remember seeing gas pipes outside the kitchen.
Cool. Can I just go to the outside of the house, trace the gas line of the thing, cut the gas line, and then set a fire on the inside, and then in a separate room, and then when the gas hits that point, the whole house will explode?
Hey, that works.
That's what they were proposing. That's what everyone was proposing. Go to a separate room, start a fire, on the way out, cut the gas line.
Sure. All right. I'd like to use my mechanical knowledge to cut a gas line to facilitate that plan, and then use my flamethrower gun to facilitate the second half of that plan.
Whilst he's doing that, I suggest we take Vera and start heading back to the boat.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, you still have to get through the first level.
Yep.
So I would like each of you to make a.
I can't do this from the outside of the house.
You can, but you're not outside the house yet. You still have to get out.
No.
Oh, I thought we were out. Okay.
No, still inside.
I would like everyone to do stealth checks, except for Harvey, who must make one with disadvantage.
Okay, that is a 1.
That's a pass for me.
That's a fail.
Can my 1 count for anything for Harvey?
Yes, it will. It covers Smithy's fail if he doesn't push.
I just rolled a nat 100.
Oh no!
Okay. That'll do it. You make your way downstairs through the dining room, begin making your way through the lounge. You're quiet, you're nearly there, you're about to emerge from the hallway that leads to the kitchen. But Harvey, with Vera slung over your shoulder, you don't have much of a bearing on where you're going, and forward, accidentally knocking one of the wooden tables. The electric lamp on it tumbles over. It falls onto the ground and smashes with a loud crash. Immediately, you hear someone in the bar adjacent shout, "What the hell?" And then, before you have a chance to react, the 2 white-robed cult members emerge in the lounge, staring at you. They immediately see you, covered in blood and glass, and one of you with an unconscious woman over your shoulder. You have approximately 5 seconds to try to explain yourself.
Okay.
So I heard a noise coming up from upstairs. We found this woman who she was unconscious, and there was blood all over the place. And we thought we'd grab it, we get out of there, and we would come to find someone when this bozo over here knocked into the table.
Make a hard fast talk check, please.
Was hoping for a persuade, but no.
Well, that's fast talk. You're making an excuse up.
Yeah, no.
Would you like to push it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Nope.
Okay, screw it. I'm just gonna draw my pistol and point it at them.
All right,
Yeah,
you grab
I'm
your
gonna
gun.
I'm gonna level my weapon. Actually, matter of fact, how about we just open fire?
Yep, let's do it.
Yeah.
Just grab the finale music. Okay. Didn't have a finale last week. They grab their guns and point. Okay, Wilbur. Actually, I would like Keith to make a luck check, please.
18.
18. Okay, that's a pass. You have the drop on them. Okay, Wilbur, you're up first.
Flame round.
Flame round, all right. Make your
Oh.
raise your
I'm
gun
rolling
and you,
terribly tonight unless I'm trying to do something memey.
yep, you raise your air rifle and you fire. There's a silent poof as a flame round comes out. The cultist you aimed at quickly ducks behind the doorway of the bar and your flame round hits one of the tables in the background. Make a luck check, please. Wilbur.
Fail.
Okay, the table begins burning, but there was no alcohol on it. Okay, we go to the next person's turn, which is Christopher.
Are they armed with guns or anything?
Yes. They each have a gun.
Oh, good. Okay. Oof. Yeah, I'll try my luck. Running towards them. With the saber out.
All right. First, make a dodge check. They will no doubt shoot at you as you run at them.
That is a 16.
16. Yep. They both fire their guns, but they miss. You run at them with your sword drawn. Make a fighting brawl check.
And that is a normal pass.
Normal pass. Okay. We'll roll to see. And the cultist, the cultist ducks out of the way as your sword goes over his head. Okay. Next up, Harvey, your turn. Harvey's turn. Keith.
Oh,
Keith's
yep.
turn. Yep.
Alright. Sorry, music's
That's okay.
a little overpowering here.
What would you like to do?
Wait, hang on. I got a little lost in the dialogue because the music's kind of drowning part of you out. What's actually happening?
Oh, you can turn down the
Right-click on
music.
Louis nyarlathotep and turn him down to like 30%.
The what?
The
Right click on the music thing and turn its volume down.
Yeah,
he's on phone.
which is Louis nyarlathotep in the voice channel. Right-click on him and then move the user volume down. Sorry, I should have explained that right at the start of the session. I just because everyone else has it lowered, and I forgot that you wouldn't have.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm on my phone. I don't have the advantage of a right click.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
All right, it's okay. People have taken a couple shots at each other, and no one has landed any hits yet. So, would you just like to take a shot?
Yeah, might as well. Okay.
Right, make a firearms check, please.
38. Like the pistol.
38. Yep. Roll their dodge, and you score a hit. Roll your damage.
Okay. Wait, what do I need for damage?
1d8, I believe, for your 38.
Thank you. Alright. 4.
4. Raise your gun one-handed. You take a moment to aim, and then bang! You see a bullet land in one of the cultist's legs, appearing as a red splotch, and he kneels over in pain. Okay, Edward, your turn.
Gonna pull out my rifle and give it a go. Give it a whirl. Bring it.
All right. Make a firearms check, please.
Oh, that is a extreme.
Let me see if they can dodge or not. And no, you still score a hit. Roll your damage and double it, please. 12.
Oh, damn.
Okay, you raise your musket and fire, splattering one of the guy's brains as he falls to the ground. You will now need to reload your gun, which is what you will do next round. Okay, the one remaining guy raises his gun and he looks. He notices that Harvey is weighted down with Vera and he fires his gun. And you all hear a loud bang and a yelp as his gun backfires in his face.
Oh my god,
It's jammed.
I never thought I would ever see this happen.
He leans over and begins furiously trying to unjam his gun. Wilbur.
I will capitalize on this and try and put a flame round between his eyes.
Go ahead, firearms check, please.
Miss again.
Actually, do it with advantage. Do it with advantage, because he's preoccupied.
Ooh,
There we
Well,
go.
okay, roll your damage, double it. Nine.
18 points of damage.
18. You raise your air rifle and thunk, you fire a round. It hits the man dead straight in the head. He falls over immediately. Debris from your shot branches off and ricochets throughout the room. Make a luck check, please.
Fail.
ooh.
You hear the shattering of glass, and then there is a whoosh of heat as a conflagration begins in the bar.
Wonderful. Let's get the fuck out of here.
All right, you're running for it.
Yeah.
Which way? Front entrance or back entrance? Kitchen's on the way.
Let's go out the back.
Yeah, it's
All right.
got to go.
All right, I would like everyone to make dex checks, except for Keith, who makes it with disadvantage.
Pass.
Am I able to push that?
Well, that's a pass.
Yes, you can push it.
Thank you. That's a 32. That's a pass.
32.
Okay, now we're just 32. Okay. You all run and dodge as a plume of flame bursts out of the bar. You leap to the side and begin to sprint down the hallway to the kitchen. Okay, 3 of you barrel out the door. Wilbur stays behind to locate the gas line. Wilbur, make an intelligence check, please.
Hard pass.
You
Damn.
quickly locate the gas line feeding into the back of one of the stoves.
Critical pass, actually. Sorry.
Yep. You quickly locate the gas pipe feeding into one of the back of the stones. A white propane tank is hooked
Someone
up
say
to the
propane?
stove.
Oh,
Propane.
damn.
You quickly
Alright.
reach over and unhook the gas pipe from the propane bottle.
I'm sorry.
I will
Then-
show you why they call it
Alright.
propane.
I cannot hear propane any other way now.
I'll roll.
You're gonna taste the heat, not the meat. And then,
Is there externally produced gas as well, like externally piped in gas?
yes, there is one. There is a gas pipe leading into a large industrial-sized oven at the back of the kitchen.
That's the line I want to cut and then get the fuck out of there.
All right. You walk up and you deftly snip the gas pipe. You immediately smell gas and hear it hiss as it begins to leak through the room. Make a luck check, please.
Pass.
pass. The flames have not yet reached the kitchen. You hurry and run out of the back door. And just as you step outside, you are flung forward as there's a whoosh of heat and a loud explosion as the gas in the kitchen ignites. You are flung a couple meters forward onto the ground, where you take 3 points of damage, landing roughly on your side. You all look around, watching the fire spread throughout the lodge. And then you hear a voice. I knew you were not the right members. I knew it was a bad decision. You turn around and walking grounds, coming from the direction of a patch of trees, scorch marks on the ground leading up to it. You see John Scott, the warlock. He is walking, holding a cane in one hand, which he hobbles on, and in his other hand, he holds a large wooden staff.
No.
I point my pistol.
You point your pistol.
I level my weapon.
You level your weapon. Okay, let's see what his dex is. His dex is only 50, so you guys get to go first. Wilbur, your turn. Would you like to? Are you just going to shoot him down, or would you like to try to talk him down?
No, we're opening fire.
Oh, fair enough.
I think I'd be on talking down at this point.
That's a hard pass.
That's a hard pass. Roll your damage, please.
Ooh.
18 points of damage.
18. Okay, and what kind of round was that? An acid round?
That was fire.
Fire. Boom! You fire a round. However, as it draws near to John Scott, it explodes, seemingly colliding with an invisible wall, and flaming embers scatter onto the grass beneath. John Scott simply smiles and continues walking towards you. Okay, Christopher, it's your turn.
I exactly don't want to go near him with my saber.
Hey, that might be
Stay back if you wish.
getting past his invisible
Pass your
barrier.
turn. Yeah, might be the best way of getting past is whatever he's defending
This
with.
might be a Dune thing.
Yeah, screw it. Yeah, let's go
Do
saber
it
charge.
once.
Yep.
All right.
I
Alright,
got to
go
stop
in.
getting so attached to my characters.
Make a fighting brawl check, please.
Okay,
Dodge is not very good. You're likely to hit.
that is a 20, which is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay, I'll do his dodge, which is not high at all.
Ooh!
Okay. He raises his hand at you and shoots what appears to be a flame. You weave out of the way, raise your sword, and rush towards him. Roll your damage.
1d8. There's my d8. That is a 3.
It is a 3. Okay. You stab with your blade. It pierces his robe and his white.
Oh wait!
and the-
I screwed it up. I put my build, not my,
Knife attack.
but I didn't put my damage bonus.
Alright, so it's 3 plus whatever your damage bonus is.
A 7.
You poke your sword into his flesh. His white robe immediately begins to turn red with blood as he clutches his wound and stares at you with a look of intense hatred.
Sorry.
Okay. It is Heath's turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna put one right between his eyes.
You
Alright,
saw what happened last time when we shot stuff.
Yeah, but that may have been enough to break the flesh ward. You don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Make a hard firearms check if you are specifically aiming for his head. Otherwise, make a normal firearms check.
Okay. crud. Can I push that?
No, it's a combat roll. You can't push it.
Unfortunately, no, it's a
Oh,
combat
crud,
roll.
that's a fail.
Raise your gun and straining onto the weight of Vera's unconscious body. You fire. Your bullet pounds uselessly into the ground. Edward, your turn.
What is around? Is it sort of like just an open area, or are there
There's
trees?
a burning lodge behind you, and then, yeah, it's like an open field, like with a couple trees and bushes.
Am I near enough to a trees where I could sort of get behind one to reload?
Yes. Make a dex check, please.
Oh,
That
nice.
is critical or extreme or whatever you call
You
it.
see a nearby tree, and you run towards it, pressing your back up against it. You immediately open your gun, replace the cartridge, and begin pouring in black powder, and then using a stick to poke it in. You click your gun closed again. It is loaded. You may take a shot now, but it'll be at disadvantage if you make it now. Would you like to make one now or wait till next turn?
Wait till next turn.
All right. It's John Scott's turn. He smiles, and he smiles, and he says, "I will make you pay for destroying my lodge." His right hand touches the head of his cane, and then his left hand raises his staff, and he points it towards Harvey. Harvey, make a power check, please.
Can't push one of those, can I?
Nope, unfortunately.
Crud. Fail.
Goes to his, so we'll see how his goes. His passed. Okay. You notice his hand stroking the head of the cane that he's carrying while his staff begins to shake in his hand. He spends 20 points on shriveling,
Oh.
and then he points his staff at you. Immediately, in front of your eyes, Harvey's skin begins to roil and burn as if he was made of plastic and melting. He begins to scream in terrible pain. Harvey, you take 20 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Harvey's emaciated, burning corpse falls forwards, dropping Vera. Body rolls across the dirt and then comes to rest. Okay. It is Wilbur's turn.
All right. I'm going to switch to acid round for a sense of, hopefully for a sense of cruel irony.
Yep, rip Harvey.
All right.
Ooh.
That's a hard pass.
Okay, roll your damage and double it.
Oh yeah. All right, that's 16 points of damage total.
Raise your air rifle and you fire the acid round. It splashes into his face. He opens his mouth in a shocked O of surprise, and then he begins to raise his staff, trying his best to point it at you. Then he lets out a terrifying scream as the acid eats into his face. He drops to the ground, clutching his face and rolling back and forth in agony. After a few moments, he ceases to move. I'll get the outro music. Defeated him. Okay. Here comes the outro music. Grab the whole... This one will do. All right, here we go. Play. Okay. As the immortal warlock falls to the ground and ceases to move, you all breathe a sigh of relief. First, you attend to Harvey. Unfortunately, he is long gone. His heart has stopped beating. His face is barely recognizable under the damage from the warlock's spell. Next, you check Vera. She is still breathing, just barely. Shake her a few times until she stirs, coughs, and opens her eyes. She looks at you and weakly says, "Please tell me we got the story."
Where's my $25?
Yeah, you better pay for my funeral, bitch.
You have successfully destroyed the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight and killed its current leader, the warlock John Scott.
And a monster, apparently.
Yes, as promised.
Actually, did any of us pick up those stuff and walk again? Because that might be worth
Would you like to?
studying.
Would you like to?
Yes, please.
Well, do they look like antiques?
Yes.
And
Yes, I-
also because apparently immortal. So yeah, I don't want him picking up those things.
In
Yeah, I'll
the
definitely go and have a
coming,
look at them.
you pick up his staff and his cane, and as you search his body, you see a strange leather-bound book inside his cloak, seated, tied to the inside of his coat with a golden cord. You cut the cord and you lift up the book. The title reads Necronomicon.
Yeah, don't worry.
Batu, Rata,
Um,
Nictu.
No.
In the days that follow, you put Harvey to rest, giving him a sea. You put him and Waldo to rest, giving them a sea burial, much like you did with Joey. Although there is a corpse for Harvey to dispose of, with Waldo you have nothing. And so you merely take a poster of Mackie, the Pangean moose.
I'm sure we could scrape enough off ourselves.
You briefly have a moment of silence as you consign Harvey to the depths, and then you unfurl a movie poster, The Adventures of Mackie Moose, the Moose from Pangea, a Waldo Disno production, upon which you have laid several particles of ash and tissue, the only remains of Waldo that you were able to gather. And then you roll the poster up until it is in the shape of a scroll, wrap a rope around it to bind it tight. And then, do you have any last words to say about your friend Waldo?
Eat.
And then you hurl. Yep. And then you hurl the scroll into the water, where it lands with a splash, floating on the surface. You meet with Vera later that day. She is unharmed physically, but she tells you that she cannot get what she saw out of her head. No amount of therapy will ever fully erase the memories.
I offer her my whiskey.
She takes a sip and she says, "Well, guess turn to a lifetime of drink." She informs you that you did indeed gather enough for a story to be published in the Globe about the Hermetic Order. Indeed, with the destruction of the Lodge House and the fact that you were able to link it to the doomed farm and catacombs of John Scott, the editor is keen to publish the story. He says it will run as a front page special interest article in next week's edition, and he inspects the article to do so well that he gives her a little bonus.
Oh.
Instead of $25, you each receive $30.
Yay! Money, I like it.
Bitches.
Can I have Harvey share?
I'll take one.
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
alright.
I'm not using it.
All right, you get Harvey's share, and Smithy gets Waldo's. Austin reels for a week after learning of the destruction of the Hermetic Order of the Silver Twilight and the apparent death of its mysterious leader, John Scott. Although the true nature of the Order was not known to most, it was known as a pillar of the community and had made several charitable donations in the past, and so it is briefly mourned, at least until Vera's article is published, which is received with a mixture of both acceptance and raucous laughter, as some buy into the scandalous tales of human sacrifices and alien gods, while others simply scoff and say it must have been a bad news day, yet more superstitious tripe. Just the same, you can't help but feel like you've done a good thing, that you have saved the world from the Order's influence, at least time. However, do not know what has become of Carl Stanford, whether he was there that night or not. And knowing that he is still out there with several projects of his own, lets you know that this is not the end. It is merely the beginning. We move to Sun rewards for discovering the true nature of the cult, true nature of the Order, that it is a cult, and the fact that its leader and several high-ranking members were immortal warlocks. Gain 1d6 San.
Whoa. Ugh.
Oh, I'll take that.
Someone's dying.
Yep.
Yep, one for me.
Destroying the Order's lodge house, ensuring that the dangerous materials inside may never fall into the wrong hands. You gain
Coolest way possible.
yes, you gain 1d6 San.
3.
Bit better that time.
Oh, yes.
For failing to discover whatever was contained in John Scott's catacombs underneath the lodge, you lose 1d3 San.
Ooh,
Of course.
the only good one I want.
And for failing to discover the fate of the missing lawyer, Mr. Clark.
Oh yeah,
You lose 1d6 San.
I
I
completely
think the
forgot
plate was
about him.
blown up in a cult compound. Cool.
Yeah.
In the weeks to follow, you keep an eye out to hear what becomes of the ruins of the lodge, and you are told that several things were discovered in the ruins. A tunnel leading to catacombs underneath the lodge, in which were discovered no less than 40 emaciated human corpses. One of them is identified through dental records to be that of Mr. Clark. It is stated that he was alive up until the night of the Order's destruction.
No.
And smoke inhalation is listed as his official cause of death.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fuck.
Omelette and eggs.
Oh no.
You were also told that several charred remains of books and other mysterious artifacts were found within the catacombs. However, due to smoke and fire damage, all of them are unusable, and the knowledge they may have contained is lost forever.
Yep.
Okay. We have several books.
What about the luck? Before we do that, luck stuff.
Oh yeah, luck. Yeah, luck checks.
Okay, that is. Damn it, that's.
Okay.
That's possible.
Oh, unfortunately, no new luck.
And that's a pass.
Okay. We have you each gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points and 10 skill points. And M1's new character gets to begin with an extra 10 skill points. Because he died. And I have to keep the new characters slightly on par with the existing ones.
Yep.
Okay, we have several books. The first one is Entering the Silver Gate. I believe this is the one that Christopher put dibs on.
Yep.
Okay, Christopher, I would like you to do an own language check,
Oh,
please.
yay. Oh my. That is my language. Yeah, education. That's right.
Education.
Yes, that is a normal pass.
Normal pass, okay. First of all, you lose 1d4 Cthulhu, 1d4 sanity.
That is a 2.
It takes you about 8 weeks to study and comprehend this book. It appears to be a handwritten account of a group of medieval crusaders making their way through something they describe as the Silver Gate and penetrating deep into the forgotten city, Irem of the Sands, and the horrors they encountered within. You increase your Cthulhu Mythos skill by 3, and in addition, you learn the spell Bless Blade.
Ooh, this is me.
Yes, Scaly Pete had this one. Okay, the next one is the Catechisms of the Knights of the Outer Void. Who wanted to read this one?
I think that was the one I got because
You? All right.
I got mysteries.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead and make an own language check, please.
That is a pass.
That is a pass. Okay. This is written by an unknown author. It is dated to 1924. It is a mission statement for an order called the Knights of the Outer Void, presumably one of the ranks within the Order of Hermetic Twilight. It describes their duty to act as paladins for the ancient forgotten gods, to dispel unbelievers and do everything they can to prepare the world for their arrival. It takes you about 10 weeks to study and comprehend this. You lose 1d6 sanity.
Of course.
But you gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points.
Oh, nice. 5.
The third one is Holy Mysteries of the Great Return, the thickest looking book of the 3. Wilbur, make an own language check, please.
Ooh, can I push that?
Yes, you can.
Oh.
Same roll twice.
All right. All right. I will allow you to read it, but you just won't learn all of the spells. This
Sure.
has multiple spells.
Is it one that I could read over multiple sessions?
Yes. So I'll allow you to partially comprehend it.
Sure.
This is a volume in English. It's author unknown. Written in 1923. It appears to be a treatise on what is called the Great Return, the awakening of several great old ones, and what effects the author believes their awakening may have upon the world. It takes you several months to comprehend this. First of all, lose 2d4 sanity.
Cool. Seven.
You gain 7 Cthulhu Mythos points. You learn the spell Loud Memory.
Oh, I remember that spell.
Yep. There is one more book, the Necronomicon, that you took from John Scott's corpse. A brief look at it reveals that it is apparently one of the very first editions published of its kind. It is handwritten in archaic Arabic. Does anyone wish to read the Necronomicon?
Well, I can't read it because I don't know that.
I have Arabic.
Yep.
I would just like to say this is a terrible idea.
Are you game to read it?
No.
I'm gonna give it a. Why not?
You have to say the words. You need to say the words before opening it. Oh yeah, that's right, Smithy. You don't watch horror.
That is a hard pass.
A hard pass. Okay. This manuscript was written as early as the 12th century. This version of the Necronomicon is thought to be lost. It is an immense compendium touching upon nearly every aspect of the mythos, with references including charts and star maps. First of all, lose 2d10 sanity.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. It's the Necronomicon.
Okay.
And you got off pretty well.
Increase your Cthulhu Mythos rating by 15.
Ooh.
Yes.
And you may select any one spell in the rulebook to learn.
Oh my god. That's
Okay.
something we can go after the stream, because there are a lot of spells.
As
Yeah.
it takes you several months to completely finish translating it, and when you're done, you feel terribly shaken to the soul, and that night you are plagued by terrible nightmares. When you wake up screaming in the middle of the night, you know for certain that these nightmares will never cease. That is the end of this week's session. Well done, everyone.
Good job, Keith, surviving till the climax of that.
To the final battle, yeah.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
Next week's episode is entitled Look to the Future, and it involves our investigators tracking down Carl Sanford, who appears to have started a strange organization of his own, where the members reportedly travel to the distant future in search of knowledge.
Oh. Okay, so the title of the streams is just going to be Back to the Future.
Yep, you could call it that.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's it, I'll be back in a second.
Yep, go ahead.
Alright, there you are, guys. A lovely. Wow, that was actually 5 hours. That was a long episode. I'd like to thank everyone who joined in today. A big thank you to my friend Keith, who. Oh, damn phone. A big thank you to my friend Keith, who joined us as in a guest spot today. Rip Keith and Disno as well. Be sure to join in next week for episode 4. And if you do like what you've seen, do not forget to hit that sub button and the like button. And come follow me on, let's say, Twitter, or that too. Come follow me on Twitch, because I might make the full jump there. But either way, I'll stream on both YouTube at the same time. So yeah, sub, like, follow, do all the things if you like what I have. Oh, sorry, my nose is really bugging me. If you like what I'm doing, oh, many face it's your birthday in 3 days. Well, happy birthday for then. But yeah, if you like what I'm doing, like, follow, sub, and come join me in the Discord if you want to stay up to date whenever I'm streaming. Or if you just, I might be streaming a movie after this stream. I can't really say what the movie is because it's not technically out yet. But no, thank you so very much, guys. You are so awesome. And I'm so glad so many people like Call of Cthulhu Fridays. Yeah, I just love it so much, and I'm glad you guys love to interact or just like to leave it on in the background and just listen to it. Really happy. But anyway, I'm just at the moment. So yes, stay tuned afterwards for a possible stream in Discord. Until then, have a good one, guys, and I'll see you sooner rather. Bye.